But just a second. RimWorld Red Blood and all that. Yeah, I haven't heard of anyone ever having a problem with RimWorld on TikTok. TikTok is weird in almost all of its moderation stuff. Okay, there we go. So we're live on both YouTube and TikTok. But yeah, I know it's very genuinely the moderation on TikTok is weird. That yeah, there's technically blood in RimWorld, but you don't really see it, and it's cartoony, so it doesn't really get flagged. But versus like Project Zomboid, if you leave the red blood on, a lot of times it'll get reported and you'll get in trouble, kind of thing. Hey, Jaywalker, everyone popping in. But yeah, so it is a whole thing. And very last, Lardine, you have yourself a good sleep and good luck in getting your sleep and all that. But yeah, so we're going to be starting a brand new run today. That the idea behind this run is we're going to be leaning into the biotech stuff. Because I never get to the point where you continue doing late game long enough to mess with biotech. And I'm specifically talking about where you sit there and you insert genes and take genes out of people and all that kind of stuff to like design or create a xenotype and everything. And we've done it where you started off with like a special thematic thing, but like actually having in the late game where you mess with that stuff. It's just one of those things that in the story or in the game progression, by the time you reach the point that that's an option, you're basically ready to just finish the run anytime you like. And because I'm almost always doing other challenges where the finishing the run's kind of the goal, I never end up doing that. So that's kind of the goal for this one. I don't have a particular start in mind or anything like that, but it's just that we want to kind of... I've been kind of toying with the idea of like all the ones who have like the really bad traits like meandrous, misogynist, that we are going to make them incapable of speech. And then people who have like abrasive and all that. I do ultimately kind of want to get a xenotype that they have kind, they have tough and all that, but we'll see where we get. It's just going to be really messing around and seeing what we can do with all that. Now, the question is, what start do we do? Like, I don't feel like we do Reach Explorer Naked Brutality. The early game just takes a long time. That's more challenge run stuff. The Lost Tribe is fine, and Crash Landed. Those are pretty, like, neutral starts. And then, like, the Mechanator, there's also definitely an argument to be made for that one. So I think we're between Crash Landed, Lost Tribe, and the Mechanator. Sanguiphage, I don't think I really want to deal with that. I get really annoyed with the fact that they just kick off randomly and murder someone. You know, that's fine if you want to do that for a run, but that's its own thing. And like I said, these two, I feel like that's more in the challenge run that we have to overcome the cliff before we mess with anything. So any preferences? Been so hot and humid here? Yeah, it's been the same way here. Let's see. The very last word says you have with the phone interview tomorrow. Sorry, and an in-person. So you definitely should sleep. Absolutely. Maybe give yourself all the gene researches to start. I debated doing that, but I think it'll be I could just go out of my way to get them. But yeah, no, I did debate just making a custom start where I'm like, here is the gene stuff right at the door, and all that, and like maybe give myself like Vanotech so I don't even have to worry about it. I'm like, that's gonna be a little bit too much. I think we'll just do the Lost Tribe. That's the start I'm used to doing so much, is just the Lost Tribe. So we're gonna do a Lost Tribe. So we're gonna be, normally I would play at Strive to Survive as my preference. We're dropping down to Adventure Story because we do want to engage this mechanic. So again, it's not so much leaning into, you know what? We're gonna blend things. We're gonna blend things is what we're going to do. I'm gonna do my pollution run. I'm gonna do a pollution run where we do biogenetics and all that. So that way there's... No, let's not do that. It's fine. I keep wanting to set up like challenge stuff because that's just normally the stuff I do. But it's like, this is a mechanic in the game I don't know enough about, because I never reached that point, because like I said, you get to the end game and you can like finish your game and you're like, well, I'm going to deliberately delay the end of the game just to play with this mechanic. And then the chances of getting the things you need to make anything worthwhile take a lot of time. So it's just one of those things that I feel like in a normal run, you don't get to mess with the gene stuff at all. Like, unless you really go out of your way for it, which is what we're trying to do. Now, I did make literally everyone our enemies. Well, I mean, other than the Fallen Empire, which is neutral. We're gonna live right there. No, we're not. You would be here that you'd never have to worry about anything that couldn't reach. You would never have anything like that, but you still get raided and all that, for the record. Even if you choose a tile like this kind of tile, you still will get raids. And what'll ultimately happen is that we were to choose this tile, eventually they would put over on this other tile, they would put like a toxic fallout thing, and you can't reach it. So building on an island is terrible in this game. So what kind of map do we want to do? Do we want to do like a super duper defensible map to like not guarantee but give us as much advantage as possible? No, we don't do cannibalism. I'll throw a run before I cannibalize. Like, don't get me wrong, when you did, like, the, naked brutality ice sheet, you did what you had to do. But these days, like, the game has kind of lost... That part of the game where you could do all, like, the edgy, you know, oh, cannibalism or stuff, has long since lost appeal for me. It's just, like, it's not... The novelty's over. So, I just don't do it anymore. It doesn't interest me. So the thing I'm going back and forth is, do I choose a tile that's just like a normal tile, like temperate forest or whatever? Do we go for like a really defensible tile that we can get to late game to give ourselves every advantage for being able to make sure we make it to the point we can do a bunch of experimentation? Going back and forth in my head on which way I want to go with that. Because the big thing is I want to mess with the genetic stuff. So, well, that's a weird tile. What type of terrain are you considered? A cirque. Interesting. I don't like it. I mean, actually, it's not bad. It means you get attacked from one side. Like, it's not a bad tile, but I don't want to deal with it. You vote for a jungle run, you have at least 50% of the colony built out of wood. We do that all the time. It is very, very normal that we do, like, marsh. Like, honestly, I would say probably 90-ish% of the time people go for boreal, marsh, swamp, or jungle as the one they want to see me build on. Which, it's fine, I do it. People are like, oh my god, your whole base is wood. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. And we've only lost like 1 or 2 bases in the entire time I've been streaming this game specifically to fire. Not counting imp raids gone bad. Where, you know, you're already basically defeated and the fire's just burning down what's left. Grassland with a road or river? Okay. We could probably find a grassland. That's jungle down there. Do I have the extra biomes turned off? No, because Cloud Forest is there. Where is the grassland? Jungle, but you cannot cut down trees? No, I'm not going to do that. We've done the you're not allowed to cut down trees. The answer is you have to unplant 1 tree at a time and move them. And there's just, like, without mods, there's just not a way to do that where it doesn't absolutely suck. So yeah, I have 0 interest in extracting and moving trees the game. Nah, but we've done that plenty in the past. Not really seeing a whole lot of good river road tiles. Of course, that has a big area in the middle. No, you could do it. It's just tedious. Joey, but you can't use your left hand. That what? Can you choose a map with a pre-built city? We would need mods to do that. That's not a base game thing. These would work. It's not grassland, it's temperate forest, but that would work. You're more thinking building around the trees? Oh no, with as dense as the jungle is, nah, that... Like, you really can't build much. Like, the jungle is really dense on a lot of those maps. Like, I couldn't make a 4x4 square in the jungle, honestly. It's just, like, you'd... Like, even if you burn down, it still leaves the tree stumps. So yeah, and that's the whole thing. So not quite year-round grow season. We've got a nice river for a defensible position with deep water, too, which is kind of fun. We would obviously build on this side. Do you want to do, like, a whole map thing? You know, if we did a whole map thing, we wouldn't want the river. I'm also a little hesitant on the river because I've done, like, the last 3 runs we've used the river as a defense line, which it's a good defense line. I do want to kind of mix up the maps. But usually it's almost always I get recommended jungle, swamper, that kind of stuff. We built a lot in the river. I mean, to be fair, there's only so many different tiles you can do. You either have it open, hilly, or mountainous. Those are your kind of... No rectangular buildings? I usually don't do rectangular buildings. I usually do circles. Well, circle-ish. As circle as you can be with, you know, blocky walls. How long are you wanting this run to go? It's going to end up being a longer run because I'm going to be messing with the genetic stuff, and the genetic stuff isn't even available until late game. So that is just kind of nature of the beast. Kind of looking at wanting to mess with one of the special biome things. Secluded Valley. Oh no. It's an interesting one. Gary, let's see. Pure vanilla or cough cough lightly modded? Usually lightly modded. The only mod that's really affecting the gameplay itself we've got is I do have this one here where we can have special landforms. Those aren't vanilla, but they're more interesting than vanilla. Because we did Swamp Hill recently. I can even see doing a Swamp Hill. Where are you at? What is your... Maybe we do a Swamp Hill. I actually liked Swamp Hill. I just kind of want to have one that has a year-round grow season, or at least the long grow season. Year-round. Okay. So, Swamp Hill. Because Port City might be interesting. So, the problem with doing a Port City... Okay, so that's where our tile is. If we were to do something like this... is anywhere it says deep water, you can never ever build. So you can just never ever build on any of this area. And we can go and click on these other tiles, but it's the same thing, where this whole side, you can just never ever build. So it is just kind of a different mechanic. It's not the worst, but it is one of those things. And there's tons of mods that resolve that, and the answer is I don't feel like it. Because I don't really care for the modding. Like, I like some modding, I just don't want to go. So, Temperate Swamp, year-round grow season. No, that's not... Wait, didn't we just have literally a year-round grow season tile like 2 seconds ago? I thought literally we just had one. Let's click over here and move this. Let's go into that spot. It's fine. Still not year-round. I mean, it's not a bad grow season. Still not year-round grow season. I mean, now we're starting to get back towards this. There we go. So year-round grow season. It is a tropical swamp. So the downside of this is it means we're going to be dealing with disease in a very big way. But I think we're good with that. That is... Okay, so that's marshy soil? That is a really big area it's giving me on that one. Shouldn't be giving me that much. Kind of defeats the point of having the Swamp Hill if you have this giant region we can take advantage of. I know I'm being picky. It is one of those things that if you're not picky at the beginning, you end up getting runs that don't end up being as interesting. So where's... Okay, so the ice cap is up there, so let's pop down here. So year-round growing season, we got that. That'll do. We're not gonna sit here and do this forever. That's fine. Year-round growth season. A desert colony? Do you mean like a proper desert colony or like the shrub? Because the proper desert colony is kind of the same idea as Ice Sheep, but you know, you can't use fire or geothermal to help you. But that's very much a challenge map thing. We're not trying to go super challenge map. Because again, the idea is we want to I'm just gonna go with this for right now. The idea is I want to try and get to the end game to mess with the biotech stuff. Oh, Muffler venerated. Neat. So I want to get to that point. So that's kind of the main point, because it's a mechanic I have not done much with because it is so late in the run. I can live with that. So you're gonna be jogger with a peg leg to start. That's just mean. That is one of those things that I want to Undergrounder's fine. Ooh. Iron Will Brawler. Okay. Drug addiction, love it. Not really. So we are gonna be picky, because the thing is we're getting all the stuff that's just for melee. A tough jogger psychopath. I know a lot of people like psychopath. I cannot stand psychopath. It's just someone who's going to get into fights with the rest of your colonists all the time. Alright, so we don't have plants or medicals, so that's not gonna fly. Okay, you're tough, but you can shoot, and that gives me at least some plants. I can live with their setup. So we're lacking in medical, which is not really what you want for a swamp tile. But I don't want to go through and deal with this all day. But yeah, so we've got a brawler. We have 2 brawlers, nimble and tough pawns. And then you're just neutral, which is fine. Yeah, that'll be a pretty decent setup. Oh, bear with me for just a second. So I will start the queue. That way people who want to have themselves in the colony. But yeah, so we're not looking to doing like an extreme challenge kind of thing. Is there a crocodile xenotype? No, it's not. Xenotypes are in the thing is not like you have like pre-existing stuff. Like the only ones that they're really kind of pre-existing is they have impids, they have vampires, they have high mates, which are just whatever. Okay. But alright, so there's one of the brawlers. So it just happened to put both the brawlers in the front. That's awesome. Okay, so you grab a bow. You grab a bow. You grab the Pila. You grab the Equa, and you grab the knife. We can pop in here, and if you want to have a colonist named after you, need to do !join. It's gonna take 2 seconds to flag everyone's passions real fast. And we'll go here real fast. So you're our doctor. That's not good that I have 1 doctor on a swamp tile, or not even that amazing. That's gonna absolutely be a problem in the long term if we don't deal with it. Okay. Okay, so Wasp handles and hunts, and will deal with cleaning around. We'll put research as a fallback. You're our cook, and you can craft as a backup. That works for me. You are our crafter or our construction miner. You'll be our dedicated crafter. And you will be our grower. Okay. And no one gets to art. Art is forbidden. And you'll be our researcher as able, and you will... Yeah, you'll be a researcher as able. More likely, Born will be a researcher in a long thing. Watch a doc get incapacitated. Oh, absolutely. The doc will be the first to get malaria. That's how this works. But yeah, so this is Swamp Hill. And you might be looking at this going, what makes this tile so bad? And then we look where we can build, and it's awful. Because it is a swamp tile, but it's surrounded by even worse ground. And we can eventually fix all of that to be usable using moisture pumps, but it will be a slog. To start with, though, we're just going to start building into this hill and going from there. That's very convenient. We got steam geyser here. We actually, usually this is actually not a bad biome for steam geyser. Actually, this one doesn't have that many. Normally, a lot of these tiles end up having all the steam geysers like bunched up here because it can't be out there. But it looks like we only got 2, which is totally fine. So we are going to start by building in here. We're going to make it a big room. All right. So get that going. We've got our work assignment set up. So zone, grow zone. We'll just go up here and 10 by 10 we'll start off with rice. Okay. I'll deal with that later. We don't have a need for components or steel yet. Let's see, will the mountain support that big of a room? I believe so. The way you can usually check is if you go to structure and then pillar. That's about the range of support. So if you look at that, that room can handle it, because that'd be on this side of the loop past the middle. So yeah, we should be good there. Alright, we've of course already struck that. That's fine. So what we're trying to do right now is we just want to initially get some people inside. We'll want to set up a production room, and then once we have the production room set up, then we can start expanding our stuff. We'll probably have some animals with us. Many of those animals will probably not be allowed to stay. I do like having animals in my colony. It's just the issue is half the time they give you animals that realistically can't contribute. So, like, Abby will probably keep around if we're able, but the other ones most likely we won't. I wonder where the Ancient Danger is on the map. So you don't always get an Ancient Danger. I don't think we have one. Yeah. Now, a lot of times you'll get maps without Ancient Dangers. It's not a guarantee. You can also get maps with up to, it's like 3 or 4 Ancient Dangers is kind of the cap, which gets really ridiculous when you get like 3 Ancient Dangers on one map. Okay, so we're working on trying to get all that planted. So dumping stockpile can go over here for right now. So with people not busy can start hauling stuff away. Where is our psychic tree, by chance? It's not really in a good spot. We're going to end up cutting that tree down, I think. And hope it pops up over here. No, you know what? Actually, I changed mine. Don't cut it down. But what we will do, that's fine, is we're going to go ahead and put down the ideology thing here. I think eventually this will be inside our base. That's not what I want. I want the meditation, not the ideology. Eventually we'll put this inside our base. But I'm down to pick up some psychic powers. Okay. What's the other big tree? This tree, if you meditate to it, it gives you psychic powers. There isn't any other special trees on the map. When you have due north, there shouldn't be any other special trees. Like these ones, these are just willow and cypress and that. They're just normal trees. Yeah, they're just trees. Nothing special at all. It's something they're not tree. Oh, this? Yeah, it's just a wreck. You destroy it and sometimes steel pop, like it gives you a little bit of steel or whatever. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our first contestant. So our first contestant is Captain Brody, congratulations and welcome to the colony. You're going to be our Iron-Willed Brawler. See if it'll actually let me. I can't remember if spaces are allowed or not. Make sure I spelled that right. Yep. Cool. And our next contestant is White Jaguar, who will be our Teetotaler Brawler. So our brawler who just says no. Alright. And for our third contestant, we have Sentient Cookie. Who is going to be an Undergrounder and Body Modder, who will be our cook. And after that, we have Ushze. And Ushze is Nimble, going to be our animal handler. And finally, out of the initial batch, we've got Soul Adams, who is going to be our planter, who is tough. Let's capitalize that so it matches, and we are good. We've got our initial colonist set up, and we're going to get all that going. One thing we want to do here as well is go zones, stockpile, start getting that set up. But yeah, so we're going to have some like initial growth pains and all that. That's fine. And I'm thinking what we'll do for this colony is down here will be our like common room or whatever. 1, 2. Yeah, now you can put the ACs over here, I think. I'll make this into our freezer eventually. Let's see where some of this stuff goes. I can put our bedrooms up here. So for the moment, it's going to be a colony inside the mountain. Yeah, so we can make a hallway that runs around here. Yeah, so those will be our bedrooms. Like, I'll have to put a little spot in the wall there. And you'll notice with none of these have I taken the time to deal with a lot of it. I'm actually going to cancel that tile so I don't go around and mine that out. Just trying to lay out my idea with it. We'll probably put basic storage down there. This might be where we end up putting the prison or all that way in the back. But for right now, the first thing is to get this room opened up before we worry about anything else. Okay, so you've got the first field planted. Good job. You might think you're done, but you're definitely not. Okay, lovely. We'll just delete that section. So that'll be the potato field. It'll pop over here. And you can be strawberries. And you can... I just actually deleted it. That's not what I wanted. And you can be heel root. So get that started. So we got 2 idle colonists, because we don't really have a whole lot for them to work on quite yet. So we'll get there, though. Just go ahead and put the stockpile down there. But we'll get stoves and all that up pretty soon. We can pop over here for the moment. If you don't have anything better to do, you can mine. All right. Let's see. R9 vibes with that hair? You mean Soul Adams? Oh yeah, has like the little patch just on the forehead. Yeah. It's their crown. Their crown of hair. Yeah, so get the freezer, I think, over here. That's what I'm thinking, is this area over here will be the freezer. That'll be our common room. This will be a production room. This will just be storage back here. We'll have 5 bedrooms there. Maybe 6 and 7. And then, like, probably the prison up here. So we're gonna take advantage of the fact that we do have this rock formation at the moment. And we'll expand from there. Oh, I need to get the recreation built. Because otherwise we're gonna start getting real angry. They'll be like, I'm bored. I'm bored. Murder everybody. It's the only way. What is that map? So this map is what's known as Swamp Hill. If you do ! mods, it should show you the list. I'm not sure it's up to date, but there is one. It's like, oh, the mini map. That's also a mod. But if you do ! mods, it'll give you the list of mods. Like, I think it'll be 1 or 2 mods off because I haven't updated it for today's run because I didn't know what I was gonna do. Yeah, so the Dubs Mint mini-map is the map up here. And then this Swamp Hill is the geological landforms, which just basically gives you some interesting twists. Some of the geological landforms are very easy to defend. Other of them are just outright terrible. You can kind of go either way with it. Tenjin Cookie isn't on the list? Oh, I see what you're saying. We're talking about game mods. Alright, so. I have no idea where our food is at because it doesn't count food that's not a stockpile, but it's looking like it's gone is what it's looking like. So that's not what you want. So what we're going to do is goodbye animals. We'll be getting animals later, but right now those aren't animals I actually want. Man, just made me kill the dog. It happens. Starvation's a real concern. Army of cassowaries? Cassowaries can't be trained, so you can't have an army of them. Unfortunately. Butcher animals forever. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our assignments, food restrictions. Select food restriction, we're on lavish to start with, and no corpses. I want to make sure if we eat something, it's at least been butchered. Alright, meanwhile, we'll go wildlife. Start hunting everything on the map that won't defend itself. Oh, that is a lot of cassowaries. That does check out, though. Yeah, no, it's we're eating the dog? We're starving. You gotta lower your standards a little. I mean, we're gonna eat a snake, too. Won't defend itself. Boars? Hey, it doesn't defend itself in RimWorld logic. In real life, you leave boars alone. It's not worth it. Alright, so we'll say orders. You're to punch a hole through there to give us that room. Let's see, in real life, you wish the boars would leave you alone. They have no idea, like, how bad a lot of it gets. Okay. Alright, we're not gonna worry about this room back here till we mine out the ore and figure out where it's actually at. Oh my goodness, that's a big one. Oh, I canceled all the stuff. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so I've queued all that up. Oh man, that unqueued everything. Boo, game. It's on me. I wasn't checking what I clicked, but also I would rather blame the game than take responsibility for my own actions, and that is the choice I'm making. We've got plasteel right here. That's nice. Okay. That's the allow tool that lets you right-click and say mine all connected ore. So you don't have to like sit there and dig through trying to figure out every single spot it's at, kind of thing. There's uranium. Alright. I'm gonna run down here just a second, Captain Brody, to go grab us some steel so we get that stove built so we stop eating raw meat. Because it is not the healthiest. Why are you cutting down trees in the field you can't plant stuff in? Like, finish planting the potatoes, please. Then move on to the things you can't eat. Alright, try again. Food group? Nah, that tree looks rather thick. No, it's a weird AI thing that happens sometimes where the character will get in this like rotation of just cutting down trees and not getting to the planting part. It doesn't always happen, but I have it every once in a while where it's just like, look man, I need you to plant something. I appreciate you really want to cut down all these trees to like clear the land, but hear me out, you're not getting anywhere. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get some food cooking. So that'll be a big win for us. Meanwhile, let's move that bed over for the time being. And go production and get the research bench put in. We have a Mad Rat as our first event. No big deal. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's a rat. It made you think of an evil run? I usually don't do much in the way of the evil runs. I used to. But, like I said, very quickly the novelty and that kind of stuff, you know, wears off. With no growth possibility? On a tile with no growth? Well, I mean, okay, but alright. So, you're talking about something like extreme desert or, you know, or ice sheet. You physically can't do that. It's not an evil run, it's an impossible run. Because, like, if you already have a tile that you don't really have the ability to do much with, and then you say, okay, but hear me out, what we're going to go ahead and do is just not allow you to do the one or two only means of getting food. Like, there's not, like, Ice Sheet, there's not a survivable way to go vegetarian on Ice Sheet with the start you don't give yourself a bunch of food to get you over that hill. Because if you give yourself enough that you can survive to put down, what is it? Where you grow hydroponic, that's the word. Like, if you give yourself enough time to get hydroponic, you're just doing a hydroponic colony, which is fine. It would be frustrating, but that's fine. But if you don't give yourself that advantage, I'm pretty sure that's a mod. I don't believe there's a trait vegetarian. There's ideology where you can have people not like to eat meat and they get all pissy about it. Which, I mean, sure. But that just basically means you're just saying, okay, what if we made it so we had a permanent negative mood debuff for the first half of the game? Which you can do if you really wanted to. Alright, so food is starting to stabilize. We'll get the grass going pretty soon. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're getting our initial room here sorted out. And that's intended to be our production room. For right now, this is going to be both bedroom and... It's going to do double duty for our things. Hey, Sound Asleep, how's it going? So it'll be double duty between both the, both, like, our, you know, barracks or whatever you want to say, as well as the common room. Eventually, it will be switched over. Okay, so we do need to name our colony as well as name our faction. So we gotta figure that out. Our faction, we're going to be messing around with the biotech, messing around with like bioengineering kind of stuff. So that's what we're doing it there. And then for the local settlement, we are on a hill in the middle of a swamp that everything around us is just muck. So the fact that they call it valley, sure, because it's definitely not that. Flesh crafters, no. No. I get it, but no. Keep in mind, like, for anyone who's thinking about going, like, edgy stuff, it won't happen. That's just not the vibe I have for the channel and all that. So before anyone starts making, like, eugenics jokes or anything like that, we will not go there. Hey, RecoverX, how's it going? So you missed the intro? What's this run about? We're going to try to get to the late game and do the whole, like, gene splicing thing that biotech introduced, where you can, like, make it so people can breathe fire and all sorts of stuff. It's one of the mechanics I've had, like, the least engagement, you know, to deal with, just because it's, like, such a late game thing that you're right at finishing the game by the time you really unlock it. So I have not messed with it much, and I appreciate that you're holding back. Because it's always weird for people to call me a different person's name, even if they mean it as a compliment. It's a weird thing for me. Be like, oh, name a famous person. It's like, but why? And I get for some people they mean it as a compliment. Do you know the name though? Yeah, no, I'm aware. You're the only one who calls me another name. Biotech with a tribe start? Oh, no, that won't be that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. Like, you are literally the only one who calls me someone else's name on a regular basis. It's part of the reason it stands out so much. You didn't think about the interpretation? You went, oh, gene plate crafting. Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't even that. Like, I wasn't saying you were going that route. The flesh crafters thing there. Where'd you get the name Rual Storge? So, very genuinely, there was a game called Ultima Online, and Teenager Me. It was just kind of one of those things that, like, I was like, I need a name for a character in this. Rual Storge sounds like a human name, and I went with it. So it doesn't have anything, like, it didn't get inspired by some book or magazine. So if you find something that has a character named Rual in it, it's purely coincidence. That it's just not a thing that I went through. And I'm sure my brain pulled it from somewhere, but it wasn't a conscious decision and all
Take a
that.
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You think they're the only one who saw both persons? The resemblance is uncanny. It's not, though. We've done this before. We've pulled up the pictures. It's not, though. So, like, you don't need to keep bringing it up. It's called a different game science lab. But JC Valley comes to mind? I don't know where that came from. There's more memory brain science than gene science. Yeah, I don't know the reference. JC Valley? I mean, it could be someone's like, oh, it's this. I'll be like, oh yeah, but it might be from a game I haven't played or I just don't remember. Another code. Let's see, you beat both games from the remake recently. I am lost. Oh, another code is the name of the game? Yeah, I don't know that one. Why is naming things so hard? It's a Nintendo game? Okay. Let's see. So faction name. Splicers? Splicers is that. We can go with that, we're going to do like Gene Splicers. I think that's a reference to, Gene Splicers would be a reference to, what is the name of it? First person shooter. Has the little sisters. Gene Splicers, it's a shame we don't have someone named Gene. BioShock, that's what I was like. I had bio, but my brain was stuck at biotech, and I'm like, I'm missing that. So we'll do Gene Splicers, and then the location is just, ugh. It's all mud. We'll just call it Snow Runner. Excellent. I'm just gonna do that. It's Snow Runner, where it's all mud. It's not actually snow. And... oh, Michigan. I don't think I can change the name of the settlement retroactively, can I? I think we went through this before, that you can't change the name of a settlement once you've said it without going into dev mode. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Half the time when we name the settlement, I'll play the game, it'll be like a week or two later in a row, I'll be like, oh crap, that's what we named our settlement. I forgot about that. Because it matters so little. Did you strike more plasteel? How much compact plasteel did they give me for free? I'm not upset about it. The only annoying thing is it's going to slow down the rate we're going to actually open up our rec slash dining room slash, you know, temporary bedroom and whatever. Okay. So there they can eat with table. The everything room. Right now it'll be everything but production room. And then later on it'll take on more responsibilities. Okay, so you've got all that planted, so you can go ahead and start doing this. We're getting pretty close to having our rice done. And we're going to continue expanding all of this. And we will do corn. Okay. Now I know where it is. We'll deal with that in a minute. We'll just let them keep going. We are going to need to go here and say, destroy those and rip up this floor. Because it's kind of in the way. But that'll be a later concern. Dandelion fields? We'll probably do that when it comes time for animals. Because dandelions can be a really good idea for feeding your animals. You put the dandelions in the area the animals will be. It keeps the trees from growing in, and they're actually pretty efficient so far as labor due to nutrition for animals. Okay. Can you continue to tell them to haul those away? And we're slowly working through the animals. The one downside is, where is that panther? Okay, so the panther's over here. The hope being that the panther mostly leaves us alone. Alright, so you have our first raid of man with club. Is it man with club? Yes, man with club. And so we will let them do their thing for a minute. You're gonna run down here. really not in range? Alright. You survived. See, I don't have a place. Actually, that's not true. I do have a place. So furniture, do that. You're for prisoners only. You can take the J in the club. So you don't have long to live because you took a cut to the heart. Because you got shot to the heart, and you're to blame. You gave love a bad name. I don't think they're going to survive. Because it's kind of in that situation, if I start bandaging them now, there's a very good chance they get up and they attack whoever's in melee range. What we're gonna do is we're gonna carry. Okay. Senjin Cookie. You're gonna try and patch them up now. That they're bleeding pretty bad. Okay. And now you're gonna capture them. Oh, you just reach in and you put a band-aid on it. How else would you bandage a heart? Okay. So we're just going to immediately catch and release for the standings. Later on, I'd consider keeping them around. I don't want a jealous pawn, because the jealousy trait is really annoying. Because like, sucks to be you, Purple. So we're just gonna go ahead and have Cookie practice some doctoring on you. Feeding you. And the moment you can get up, we're getting you the heck out of my colony. So you hopefully don't die here. Yeah, just shove a napkin in the hole. Exactly. They just get out a little piece of fabric and some garlic, and they put it over the heart hole, and everything's fine. Good old herbal medicine. Alright, prioritize hauling those back, because components are valuable. Why is there a cassowary in my room? Very cassowary thing to do. Okay. So getting all the components inside. We watched a movie yesterday, and that is how they dealt with the character getting shot in the heart twice. Just like literally shoved a napkin in it. Yeah, that sounds like movies. That's actually one of the things that does bother me in most movies. That they'll have like, oh no, this person's been poisoned. Oh, good thing we found the cure. And it's like, oh no, if we don't get them the cure in 2 hours, they're going to die. And, you know, they'll get there in like 2 hours and 15 minutes to administer the cure. And then the person in the next scene is like totally fine. Like, it's like, you know, thank you so much for saving me. It's like, no, I'm sorry. If you were at death's door with some poison coursing through your veins, they're going to be in the hospital bed, really messed up. And going, you know, like, thank you for saving me. They're not going to be okay. Like, you don't bounce back for being poisoned. Like, it's a slow thing. It kind of bothers me how often characters get, like what's supposed to be, like, severely injured, and it's just everything's fine one scene later. It was fun, but very silly action movie. Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's the whole point, is, like, you get shot in the heart. Could you survive that? Sure, I would believe that. It's unlikely, but I would believe you could survive a gunshot to the heart. You're not going to survive by someone just, like, thumbing a napkin into the hole. That's not gonna work. But you get it. And it's fine. It's like, it's cinema and whatnot. But it's just the whole thing where they'll have the plot things like, this person was severely injured. They had this big major problem. It's like, don't worry, we got the pill that makes it all better. They're all better now. I honestly feel like there would be value in depicting where it's like, oh, well, they did save the person, so, you know, our fair city will survive. But, you know, like, actually have the person who is poisoned, like, the next scene, they're, like, still very not doing okay. You're like, oh, right. Like, being poisoned's kind of a big deal. Even like, if you get, like, bit by a snake and you get the anti-venom, it's still a real bad time. You're still not going to be doing so hot for a good long while. Alright, so that's going to be cotton. You understand that the herbs in RimWorld are really powerful? Yeah, no, that's always my joke, is like the herbs in RimWorld. It's like, yeah, they got a fistful of garlic, some ginger, you know, just kind of blended it together and went treat malaria. To be fair, to a certain extent, it almost feels like in the game, it is your immune system either winning or losing it by yourself, and just placebo effect is all that that's doing. Because the herbal medicine in RimWorld is... It's definitely better than nothing. It sure ain't great, though. Okay, so I think we're going to allow the wood out here. And we're going to disallow the wood in here. Because while it's convenient to be in here, it's also completely overtaking the storage inside the building. But yeah, no, it's like, it's fine for like silly action movies or children's like cartoon kind of movies where the hero saves the day and all that. But it's every once in a while you want movies to be more like, yeah, you know what? If you get like blasted with radiation, you're not taking one iodine tablet and everything's right as right. It's like you're in a really bad way. Like you're really in a bad way. Alright, we'll go ahead and give the herbal medicine to the visitors. Or we'll have like the silly action movie where the person like gets impaled by a spear, and then the next scene they'll just have like a single like strap of bandage across them, and they're like continuing to fight. Like, I'm sorry, did all the internal bits just manage to like move out of the way? It's like, pretty sure that's a chest stab. I'm pretty sure you have a collapsed lung in there, man. I don't think you're gonna be in fighting order. You're gonna be in struggling to stand up and slowly walk in the direction of the person kind of order. And there's movies who do good by that, where the person gets injured and they're like, you know, they're dragging themselves along and they manage to slap the button on the dash or whatever to, you know, save the day. But there's just too many where, like, the person gets absolutely wrecked and you're like, nah, man, you're unconscious from blood loss. This isn't, are you quote-unquote man enough? This is, come on. Alright, we'll go ahead and... Did we save the person? Do I want to deal with this? Do we want to deal with that? Do we want to go in the route of... Yeah, we will. Sentient Cookie. Wait, is Sentient Cookie our social person? Who's our social... Who's our most social person? I don't think we have one of those social people. We don't. Sentient Cookie is, I think, our most social person at 3. Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Congratulations, you're going to be... Oh, wait, that just reminded me. Regular medicine, not the good stuff. Save the good stuff for malaria and all that. So, it was on here, health, defaults, industrial, okay. Have fun with childcare. Yeah, 3 social, it's like, alright, we're not going to be doing too great with any of this. So yeah, we are going to accept the quest where they are running from a man-hunting monkey. Which is actually, honestly, of the animals that they usually make you fight, man-hunting monkey is at least something. You're an iron-willed wimp. Cool. Like, half the time it's they're being attacked by a regular house cat, and you're like, oh, come on. Sir, have you considered turning around and kicking? Maybe just stamping your feet a whole bunch? I feel like you can handle that house cat if you really wanted to. Or a bunny or a small rodent. It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you're going to enjoy the experience or anything, and you're not going to get scratched up a little bit. But I feel like you can really handle it if you wanted to. Meanwhile, you are going to be the one in front. Oh, you can vertigo pulse it? That'll work. And sorted. If you don't get what we did, is we gave the monkey vertigo, and so it walked around in circles and then threw up while we shot it. Alright. You sleep well, Uche. Have a good one. Where's the shuttle? There you are. And we have people slowly meditating. Alright, so you gained a title. Do we start mixing in some meditation time onto people's schedules to go for psychic powers? I have done this where it's worked well, and I've done this where it's absolutely screwed me before. I think what we'll do is we'll do it once we mine that tile out. That'll be the secondary entrance exit to our base. That way we don't have to walk the whole way around. And once we get that we'll put on... Did you get struck by lightning? Come on, Cassandra. You don't need to do that. Also, you're struck by lightning. I feel like the correct thing is to go lay down for a little bit. Cassandra's straight up nearly taking White Jaeger's leg off with lightning. Not really that bad. It's actually about half health. But still, it's the point that counts. The only counterplay to lightning is anytime it's storming, your people just don't go outside. Oh, that's not lined up right. That bothers me more than it should. Okay. Alright, so you'll finish mining that room, and then we'll get the storage room back here. You know, you accidentally electrocute yourself once, the first thing you did was tell your friends. I mean, I guess that's fair, actually. Alright, so just trying to... set this here, where this could be a freezer. I usually like to have the freezer situated such that these are in line to get into it. And then you have another thing, but we're going to probably... Because I want it to be very easily accessible from the break room, because I have such problems with people not using the table, despite having it right there. They're just really bad at using table. Alright. Man, the pockets of steel in this are pretty ridiculous. Meteorite standstone, that's fine. Complex furniture, okay. Stone cutting will be next. Actually, I take that back. Complex clothing will be next. Alright. So you can go down here, and this will be a temper. Like, this will be like our little storage. We'll probably make that our armory later. We're not going to stay entirely like mole people here, but we're starting out mole people. I'm just debating how I want to deal with this, because usually I like to try and get the bedrooms early on. Okay. So let's start planning our bedrooms again over here, because we know we can go here. Rhinoceros self-tamed? Can I can train a rhinoceros to kill things. I think we eat the rhinoceros. Yeah, so I have narrow hallway through here. Yeah, I'm not gonna like try and maximize the use here or anything. Alright, so we could just go here and just be like 5x7. We can adjust this. 5x7 here. A bunch of little bedrooms over there. I kind of wish I had a little bit more space to work with over here. Because if we did, we can sneak another hallway around here. We might still do that. Sneak a hallway around here. Actually, you can do it like this. Add a couple prison cells back here. You make the room not square. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is we'll snake that over there. We'll knock that off here. And instead, you'll get that extra space over there. And you can have extra space here. And lose those two tiles. This I'm not going to worry about maximizing the use of. You know what? We'll honestly just put an entrance over here for the bedrooms. And this won't matter much. Okay, so collection of supplies, marine helmet with an unknown threat. I mean, that's not bad at all early game. That's really tempting. But what the heck are they going to throw at me for giving me a marine helmet right at the start of the game? Before I'm even set up. That is real generous. We can make this maybe a hospital. Not a hospital, that won't be enough space. That's fine. This will be bedrooms and all that up here. So it'll be separated out. We'll have the production and all that down here. This will be a freezer. I think we'll just accept that. We'll go like this. And do that way it's got too thick wall around the whole thing. Actually, we don't need a too thick wall around the whole thing. We need a too thick wall around the whole thing except for one area. So that'll be where the ACs pop out. That means I can honestly go over here and expand what will be our storage room. Cool. So we'll get all that going. We need to have our... Oh, we need an ideology spot, that's fine. Ideology, put you there. And Senju Cookie will be our ideology person. That's not what I want. Get our title set up. Okay, so this is going to be our actual storage room in the long term. But yeah, so we're going to go over here, we'll make a bunch of bedrooms with there. Later on, we'll expand the base to make it nicer and whatnot. But in the meantime, we're just kind of making all this work. Recreation. Why is it mad? Is it because of the rocks? I guess it's probably because of rocks. So you put the poker table over there. Furniture. And do that for now. We can put the billiard table up here when we have the materials and all that, and we'll just keep working on this. Worry about where that goes there in a moment. But you can make that hallway in the bedrooms have an exit to the side to the meditation tree. That's not a bad idea. How would I want to move? Oh, I could sit there and just scooch everything over. So scooch you over a couple of tiles. Do this. Cancel this. Do that. And there's a route through here. We'll definitely need to start getting our defensive perimeter set up. We've been ignoring that entirely. I'm going to be ambitious with it. There you go here, go structure. So we will plan disease, plague. You will need to self-tend, which is a terrible idea. And meanwhile, you'll stand up, breach health. There's a good chance Cookie doesn't make it. Because Cookie is attempting to self-tend against Plague right now. So, that's bad. And if Cookie goes, that means we have no doctor on a tile that's going to be full of disease. I'm going to leave that door to not stay open. That way we don't have animals running here anymore. So right now, I can't tell if Cookie is catching up or not on their plague. It doesn't look like it. If they are, it's not much. So it doesn't look like a 45% tend is going to cut it. And I don't have any Glitter World or any like high-end medicine to help out with this problem. Come on, really good tend. 52% is slightly better. Then I need you to go lay back down. Because you're going to get maybe one more decent tend. And then your own sickness is going to be a problem. I should close the back door too. There's a panther out there. Yeah, and that's, oh, I thought I already said it. Give me the cassowary. Come on. So you're definitely catching up now. Not by a whole lot, but you are catching up. But I don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately. It'd be fine if we had, like, some proper medicine. But there's a good chance Senshi Cookie's just going to die right away due to all we got going on. Yeah, you're still about 1% behind. I really just need you to get a solid tend. Major break risk on Cookie. This is not the time for it. Cook some food real fast. I know you're dealing with plague as well, but you've got a strong lead. Versus if you get some food for Cookie, that'll probably help. What are you doing? Oh, that is a bad tend. Well, Cookie's dead. What are you doing? Stop playing stuff and go to bed so Cookie can tend to you before they die. At least one person makes it. Okay, so what was Cookie doing here that we're about to not have? There are cook. Of course there are cook. And our backup cook is our construction person. It's kind of a mix. The problem is it's all said and done. That 1.4% tend killed Cookie. Cookie went from being just barely catching up to just solidly behind, so it's too little too late now. And there's nothing I can do to preserve them. There's not like an ancient danger I can pop to cryo-freeze them or anything. That's always the danger about not having a good doctor on a swamp or jungle tile. Disease is just such a big issue. Corpses, human-like. I take it bedrolls aren't available. Immunity gain is higher in those. I would need fabric and all that. Like, we just didn't make it in time. We were playing catch-up with stuff. Can we bury poor Cookie at least? But then I have graves everywhere. Versus, we buried them at sea. Ish. Sort of. Intense pain, sick, all that. Bury them in the bog. I don't think we can. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that, but I don't think we can. I think we can only build graves in this area. But that's not a good start. Okay, who has the second highest social? Ah, 1. Everyone has 1. Excellent. Congratulations, Captain Brody. You are our new moral guide with your 1 social. Excellent. Meanwhile, since you're all equally terrible at being a doctor, everyone's a doctor now. That most likely means unless we manage to snag a recruit, we will probably die to just getting wiped out by disease until we get someone new in. But we'll try and make it work. The real bummer is we lost our good cook and now we're having to deal with a not good cook. And that's also going to take away from us doing our mining and construction. Like, I can actually make better beds. It's just the fact is I don't have the beds made by the time disease hit, which means they just weren't going to be there on time. Like, I should be building the beds in here for the bonus of having a barracks as opposed to just having those sitting in there. We can actually build the regular beds in here. In the interim. There. Working on moving storage down here real fast. Usually when you put them in a dumping stockpile, they disappear pretty quick. They'll rot really quick, though. No shelves? We are actively building them. But we do not have shelves first, because we just researched complex furniture, and we have one construction / mining person who is now our cook because our cook died from plague. Just bad luck that our doctor got hit by the plague and could not keep themselves alive. I use doctor very relatively here. It's classic, we just started the run problems. Doctor got sick, that's the end of the run. It's honestly not good being on a swamp tile and your doctor dying. How did I not realize the tribal start? Oh no, it's all good. Honestly, usually I start with no research, random research mods going. We're just not doing it this time because we're not going for a super sweaty challenge run. I want to mess with a lot of the biotech stuff, the xenogenetic stuff, because by the time you get it, it's like way here, and you're practically at the point of building the ship, so I never get to mess with it much. So I wanted to go and make that a priority this time. It's just like the main thing of this run is to mess with the xenogenetics and just see what silly shenanigans we can get up to. So I don't think this is a run we quote-unquote win. We just get as ridiculous as we can before, you know, we start seeing raids of like 200 people rocking in and all that. If you had to start over, maybe do a crash landing start, I'd rather not. I honestly really like the tribal start, like very specifically. It was just basically I need to bring a doctor is what I need to do. Like a proper doctor versus Cookie moonlighting as a doctor with their, what was it, 3, 5? 7. I mean, they actually had decent doctoring. It was just bad luck that the doctor was the one that got sick and we didn't have a second doctor to help. So Cookie couldn't keep themselves alive. But that is going to potentially be a big problem for this run now, that we've lost our doctor on a swamp tile. But we might get lucky and have a raider show up who's got like 9 doctoring and, you know, deal with it, as it were. Let's see, every time you do biotech, you always waste so much time trying to min-max master race the rule press. I mean, master race in the best way possible, which is pretty hard to say considering, you know, that phrase has very big problems with it. Yeah, and I honestly haven't messed with the genetics at all. I do understand it very quickly gets into a problematic space because it is definitely along the lines of a problematic thing. Alright, so right now our production room is pulling double duty as a, Oh, I keep forgetting. I want to get the mod back that lets me copy-paste these so I don't have to constantly add it. So we are on a tropical swamp, so heat is going to be the problem, not cold. So we're going to go here and say if it's below 80%, ditch it. Button-down shirt. %. The good news is the game is going to practically throw pawns at me since we took an early loss. I'll give them capes as opposed to dusters just because I can, so it can look fancy. It isn't a strategic decision. Alright, so you want me to save a person that you won't tell me about. Never mind, we're not happening. Games can only be so complex. Yeah, no, the thing is, as you make it more and more complex, they need to eat more and more just to sustain, which does become its own problem. So you want burqa, a tribal mask, and a visage mask. That's very inconvenient. The first reform we get, we're gonna change all of those things. But nevertheless, in the interim, so we need a burqa. I mostly don't like it because this messes with what we could have for defensive layers. And then just a bunch of the masks and all that could be a problem within themselves for the same reason. And tribal mask. Which reminds me the face mask, because that gives us toxic resistance. And I think that's all the layers other than children's clothing. We'll go ahead and make kids pant and kid shirt as well. For when we inevitably get children to show up at some point. You actually love capes? Failed on Ice Sheet Run because the parkas didn't look nice. Yeah. Alright, so we've got that. Now we're bringing everything over. We'll get shelves moved down here eventually. Okay, pretty soon Cookie will disappear off the roster as the corpse gets destroyed by being dumped in the swamp. It's definitely what Cookie would have wanted. I see no reason anyone would have wanted anything other than what has occurred here. Alright, is there a crop I am missing? I mean... Oh, that reminds me, you're a teetotaler, right? Yeah, so let's go here to your assignments. No drugs. Okay. So we're getting clothes crafted, which is good, because just about everyone's clothes are being shredded at this point. So we are getting people clothed. We've got our first people starting to deal with heat stroke. So go ahead and put a passive cooler in both of these rooms. Yeah, no, you got plague and you're the doctor and you tried to save yourself. And honestly, the first two tens, you did well enough to keep yourself catching up. And then the last 10 was like a 1% 10. And you're like, oh yeah, you're super dead. You're straight up not making it. And there's nothing I can do to help you because you were also our, ideological person. Oh, wait, I forgot. There actually is something you can do. It's a cheesy thing I don't like doing because it feels like it shouldn't be allowed. You can actually take your ideology person, pass the tile next one, have them preach health back, and then take it back. I don't like doing that. That feels like it's not meant to work that way. That feels like kind of cheating the mechanic, as it were. I always forget you can do it because of that. But yeah, I probably wouldn't do it anyways, because like I said, it does feel like it really isn't meant to work that way. What? Why? What is happening right now? There we go. It's like the shortcut key was getting messed up. Like, why am I having problems with this? Okay, so I'm building those early just because we can end up putting the television around here. And I can go that way, or honestly here, going this way. We got options. But if we do get any kids in here, we're just set up for it. Those are waiting on fabric. Meanwhile, we can go to miscellaneous. Put the toolbox in the end there to, you know, improve the productivity right there. So the good news is everyone's getting clothed. I also love how there's all the places that are important that you mine, and you ran over to get the steel. I'm okay with that. I'm not thrilled by that. So many cassowaries. Oh, right. With all of that, I was working on coming up with a perimeter defense, and then just got distracted because plague. So for right now, I think we put a kill box up here, and we just wall off the rest of this for right now. This is going to be a very expensive... You know what? It's fine. I'm going to go around this way, around here. Around there. Cut that back here. Block that there. You put a door here and there, so we're at the extremes, kind of in the middle there. On the other side of the water there, up here, up there, up there, and up there for right now. Like I said, we'll probably put the kill box up here somewhere. But for right now, let's just get the perimeter enclosed. Okay. A chinchilla is self-tamed. A chinchilla has decided it ceases wanting to exist. So we'll go ahead and get that knocked out. Oh, we're gonna have to do this whole thing that... I'm gonna do this in a while. For people who don't know what I'm doing is I'm making a fire break. Because our walls are going to be wood. So if I don't do this, and a fire kicks off, our walls will just burn down. Downsides, it means we're going to have to cut down a whole ridiculous amount of trees, and that means our construction and all that's going to drag to a stop for a while. Alright, but that's going to be necessary to build our defenses, and you're sitting out there still, so that's fine. So inside the building, it's a little bit on the nippy side, but out here, it's definitely really hot. We'll just have to keep popping in and out. So it does mean our base is not going to see a whole lot of progress for a while. That's honestly nothing new for this channel. It's very not new for this channel. It is a very regular problem for us to have slow burn bases. Okay, so you're... Honestly, that could be still... Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it too. The only reason I'm leaving it too is to let them know that they're crafting as their main priority and researching as secondary. We are dealing with not enough people to do the jobs at hand. I was debating starting to tell them to go out of their way to do meditation. I'm not going to. Right now, the meditation tree is not inside our perimeter. We'll move it inside. It'll take all sorts of penalties, but we'll worry about that later. First, I want to get this enclosed. If we were to make this a kill box, that's shallow water. That's mud. Do we just want to extend up to the mud and make the mud the kill box? I think we do. We're not going to worry about ship to the stars. Yeah, so forget that. We'll instead just extend this thing the whole way up here. And you got a reason for doing this. So start with that. And then what's going to end up happening is we're going to make a kill box up here. That way it's all in the mud, so you have to trample across the mud to get here. And I do think the nature of the kill box we're going to do is we're going to do the one that's here, we'll use the planning tool. We use the one that we start with center. Here, I've already messed it up. Alright. So you have it like this for actual walls. Probably more than wide enough. So then this would be the outer wall of it. A panther is hunting you. Please don't be... I wasn't watching. So you start running this way. Captain Brody, I need you to get over there as fast as you can. Of course, you're not a ranged person. Boucher is. So you just move in position here and try and get the shot. That's not good. Hey, the Bacon Dragon, thanks so much for the raid. We're having a great start to our RimWorld run. How badly did you get hurt? Please, nothing serious? Okay, so you got slash up. But thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. We'll go ahead and get you a shout out, which I'm blanking. There we go. The Bacon, not that one. Bacon Dragon, there you go. Yeah. So Bacon Dragon playing some Deep Rock Galactic recently, based on what Twitch is saying. Yes, unfortunately, Captain Brody got pretty slashed up. Is no one gonna treat you? Everyone's assigned to deal with this. Okay, Soul Adams is dealing with it. There we go. As long as someone's taking care of it. That's what I was worried about, is that no one was going to bandage you up and you're just going to bleed out. Yeah, so we're not having a great start. We already lost one colonist. We got very early plague that hit our doctor of all people. So we tried to self-patch up and it did not work out.
Thank you, Creation, for subscribing for 2 months.
Thank you for Creation for the Prime Gaming sub.
Parenthesis.
For the Prime Gaming sub, you only get one of those a month. You used it here, and I really do appreciate out of all of Twitch that you used it here. It means a lot that you do that. So thank you so much for doing that. Of course, you're also the doc. It's fine. We're having just really bad luck. We're not on a particularly hard difficulty because we're looking at messing with the biotech, and just like genetic engineering our people, just because it's a mechanic I haven't engaged that much with in RimWorld, because it's such a late game technology, you rarely ever do get to mess with it. But we are playing on a map that's called a Swamp Hill. So if we turn on this filter, all that red, blue, and orange, I can't build anything heavy on. So you get it. The tile sucks. It also has a high frequency of disease, which has killed one of our colonists already. And it was our doctor of all people, which, you know, that's not a great start. But in the meantime, we're just trying to make this work the best we can. How do I want to space this? It's fine. We'll just put more shelves like this. Oh, that's... Okay, I see a problem with that already. Cancel that tile. Yeah, so just trying to expand the base, but because our cook died and our backup cook is our construction person, it's hurting our rate of getting things done. But yeah, so I want to make this style of kill box over here. We have that, and it goes to a cone on the other end, so I have 1 point to get in, and then a maze. That is probably what we're going to do. But it's just kind of laying that out. Because by doing it this way, I can put the barricades like this, so 2. And then you could have your people pop out either way and shoot where they need to shoot and have cover at all times. So it's a pretty good idea for a box. It's definitely an idea I got from someone else, and then went, ooh, I likey, and have kept using. I think it was Adam versus Everything. Well, it's my adaptation of it. Like, I got the initial idea from them, and then I kind of, you know, tweaked it to make my own. Alright, so we'll have that back there. And then we can go up here. And then that would be the entrance. And then all you do is do like a little maze over here. And so for the maze, the idea here is this is just when they run on the tile that they move slow. It takes them a while to work their way through the path. So the point of the maze doesn't have anything to do with, like, confusing the AI or anything meaningful. It's just literally, I need them to take as long as possible to get through here. So that, you know, I could get my people in position, all that kind of thing. I'm just planning it out while everyone's sleeping. I wonder how long of a maze you can go. I know there's a limit where the AI will just be like, never mind, and not follow it. This is probably going to exaggerate that. We're not going to do the whole thing. I'm just figuring out if I were to just take this to any kind of extreme. Where would we go? But the amount of time it'd take me to build this, we're not going to. But in the meantime, I do want to plan out... I see. I can work with that. Because what we'll do here is we'll just go... and move it up one. Okay. There, so that would be the ridiculous maze. It also means it would go here, that'd be considered in combat once they got close to my defensive perimeter. And that'd all work. I'd probably end up making this too thick. Just as a precaution. Yeah, so we can also go here and go orders. Cancel the construction on that line. And then cancel that spot. Okay. So we got a while before that's a concern. But that'll be our kill box. We'll get all that sealed off. And once we get all that figured out, we can worry about expanding. But we got a lot to get this to make it so I can't just use wood tile. Do you already have stone cutting? No, you're working on stone cutting. Which isn't going to take us too far, but that's just the way it is. Oh, the storage room is full, so now you're just going to repeat crafting again and again because you won't see it as done. So one thing we can do is storage, raw materials, no. So if they start hauling that out of here. No storage available. Okay, we'll go here and say raw resources, yes. Storage, and you are low priority. That way the clothes get in here, because they don't get put in the storage, they don't count towards having them. Same with food. And then your person will, like, infinitely make meals, even though you'll have, like, 200 meals just laying around in the ground, but because they're not in storage, they don't count. But the good news is we do have clothes, which will give us some insulation against the environment. So that's definitely a big win. We are starting to get cotton, which will be good, because that'll be used towards building our poker table and this, so that we can get rid of our other recreation stuff, because this is better stuff. We'll probably also want a torch in here. That's fine. So that they have light, so they won't complain about being in the dark. But the big issue is just we're spread too thin so far as our people and what tasks need doing. The fact that our cook is our construction is our mining person. The crafter is our researcher, which is okay as well. Alright, we got an attacks immediately of one person with bow. I'd certainly work with that. We're gonna run up here and just tie him up in melee as fast as possible. Do you have skills that we can use? Oh, please. I can live with annoying voice and slow learner. 13 medical on this tile when our doctor died. Please do not kill this person. What is your melee skill? You actually have an okay melee skill. Alright. Don't shoot them. Everyone run up and start punching them in the face. We are going to take some risk here of killing them because of that people running up with spears and that. Down them, yes. No limbs lost. Welcome to the colony, friend. Your stay is going to be an interesting one. I don't really have a proper prison, so right now... Sorry, colonists, but you're going to lose a room for a hot minute here. Because we need this person. You're not gonna die on me real fast, are you? Nah, you literally just got knocked down. Excellent, that's perfect. So you capture them. And are you either of you injured bad? Nah, just bruises. Perfect. So the hope here is that we can capture this person because our doctor died to plague. And I was just sitting there going, okay, this tile's going to absolutely kill us. Having them, you know, is no one going to treat you? I mean, you're treating my people, so I can live with that. There you go. So we definitely want to try and convert them. That's going to take a while, because we have crap for social. Do we have a warden? Congratulations, everyone's equally terrible, so you're all wardens. You want 2 man-hunting raccoons to attack me, and you're willing to give me a Masterwork Great Bow and a Masterwork Steel Meditation Throne. I probably will take that. Because, I mean, why? Like, a Masterwork Great Bow is not something I'm going to be upset about. And also, you... just keep whittling them down. Because we want to convert them, and then we want to recruit them. What is your ideology? It's probably terrible, right? Oh, you know what? Oh, no, you're going to be upset about eating meat. Never mind. I was going to say, it's like, actually, that's not bad. We can just recruit them. No, they're going to get really upset about us killing animals, so we'll just leave that alone. All right. Now, one thing we do need to make happen is we need to make a prison cell happen. So let's try and do that. That could be a fast and terrible prison cell. Because otherwise I'm not sure we'll use the recreation stuff in there, or people get really upset because that is literally their main dining room and everything. A mad cassowary right at the door. I hate it. It's around the corner. That didn't stay around the corner. That's fine. Let's take him to the choke point. You can go around. I can live with that. Chase. Hit it. Okay. You got hit once. How bad? Couple scratches. Alright. Okay, because what I'd like to do, and of course that's still our same person that's needs to do everything here. The cooking and all of that falls on you. Collection of supplies. That was the marine helmet with an unknown threat, as much as I'd love to do it. I need my cook / construction / mining person to stop being the one running into problems, please. All right. Surprisingly, they're actually whittling that person down relatively okay speed. The good news, you didn't get hurt too bad, so you should, it'll be 19 hours later, we'll be attacked. That's fine, because a Masterwork Great Bow will definitely be a major step forward. And I am growing just way too much. A lot of it's just going to rot away. It's fine. I'm going to keep building up that grow skill and whatnot. Yeah, it's 2% at a time, so it's going to take a while. Now, the problem is we're going to infinitely cook food, unless they can stack it in there. Okay, they were. Build that door first, please. Okay, so technically that should be an enclosed space. Can we not pick you up? That'll work. What? Are you kidding me? So I just wanted to move him from one cell to the other. Okay, so you're terrible at this, you're terrible at this. I think you had a 68. Oh, you're not assigned. That explains. I was about to say, like... Don't make me stab you. Okay, cool. Alright, that way we get our break room back. And we'll just keep whittling them down. So we could sit here and do the schedule for meditation. As a possibility. But I don't have anyone who's particularly just got open schedule. I'm like, that's the one who's going to do meditation. Because that would potentially get us psychic powers, and we want to do that eventually. Hey, Siam Megas, how's it going? Like, that'd be something worth doing. Right now, though, like, getting this person converted over is probably my highest priority. Just so I can recruit them and bring in a new doctor. Because if we get hit with, like, malaria, we're just done. Okay, so we got our 2 raccoons. If I can get over here in time... Okay, they're not. So run up here. You should run up here. Okay, fine. I was going to stay up there, and the reason I wanted to be up there is to force them to walk into the mud where they'd be slowed and don't get cover and all that. But they're not cooperating. Okay, that's fine. 2 scratches, you'll be fine, most likely. The pods have arrived. And who has the highest skill? Go get yourself a Masterwork Great Bow. And for right now, they can just take this throne inside. We'll make a throne room later or something on. What's going on here? Early run, we've just kind of started. We're gonna do like a lot of genetics nonsense once we get to that phase. Right now we're in the early game of just getting set up on a Swamp Hill map. And we just got really unlucky that our doctor got plague and died because they couldn't treat themselves well enough to fight it off. So we are working on trying to get a prisoner. Our ideology is just the ideology that helps spread ideology. We will add more fun stuff later. I could see going transhumanist in this run in the long term, but in the short term, it's just early game, kind of fairly generic start. A mad monkey. Why are you unhappy? Awful barracks. It's literally your job to deal with it, so if you're unhappy... Alright. And of course, that is once again our cook / construction / mining person. Man, having Cookie die really has hurt us. it's really ground the speed at which we're working on stuff way down. But that should improve greatly with this character brought on, because they'll be able to step in with the plants and the medical, which will be good because that'll free up our current person doing plants, who's good at just about everything, to take over the construction and, I mean, mostly the construction more than the mining, but you get the idea. They'll be able to chip in there, and that should all really help. It'll be a little bit yet before that's a realistic thing. Especially since no one has social skill left. Cookie was sitting on 3, and that was her best. So now we're at 0 and just trying to work on it. The Deserter. The answer is no. Okay, so we have our next research. So we got stone cutting. Let's start working our way towards getting electricity set up. And you can't put it there. Because that'll be another thing we'll want to eventually get going. Now, the problem is once I set that up, I have to be careful, or we'll never get research done because our production person will just be stuck doing production on it. Which is already an issue we're dealing with, is that those are a shared responsibility. Alright. There's just going to be a whole lot not getting done for a little bit here. We could certainly reduce the priority of growing. Or rather, increase the priority of other things. I don't think that's likely to pay off, though. I mean, the good news is Uche is still helping move the construction by taking the part that our construction person will be slow at, of cutting down the trees and putting all the wood in those. So that anytime the construction person gets even a window of opportunity to work on stuff, they can run over there and help with it. That'll also help. Critical risk of breaking, awful barracks, was rebuffed, of course. The usual, RimWorld pawns being RimWorld pawns. Alright, slowly whittling you down. Alright. I guess we'll go ahead and queue up the stuff we need for all this. So that way a person cutting down the trees and all that can still make it happen. They're not going to do all of it, we're just going to do the primary part of the kill box. Okay. And all the rest of that, we'll just have to wait. so weird the way you're prioritizing these things. I really wish RimWorld by default had the priority system like Oxygen now includes, so I didn't have to deal with this kind of stuff. But it doesn't. Okay, you're being taken off of doing... Never mind, you're going to rest. Let's say, like, you're being taken off cutting those trees here. Because you'll still do it, even if I... Like, you literally don't have plant cut, but because it's in the way of you building the roof. I don't want to cancel all of that out and not have you do it. I do need that fire break. You'll get there. The downside is they'll still be our cook. Transport pod crash. What have you got for me? I don't see any transport pod crash. I don't know what you're talking about. No one crashed on my tile. Okay. Hi. Yeah.
I love you the most.
I love you more.
I'm heading to bed, you guys.
I figured as much. You sleep well.
You sleep well and stay handsome.
Yeah.
Mm.
I love you.
Yep.
I don't understand. Alright. So we're just gonna keep working on all this. Yeah, so it's just in that early game where we just got stuff tied up. Like I said, really the things I probably should be doing is taking soul atoms and deprioritizing the growing for a little while. And letting soul atoms help out other places. Because they can. Actually, we might even do that for a little bit. Put soul atoms on construction for a little bit. And just keep an eye on the food, and if it starts to drop, then deal with it then. One good news about this is Soul Atoms is actually good at cutting down trees, so it doesn't take as long. Plus, they only build the roof out as far as like the number of tiles built here kind of thing. So it should help. So we just got to keep an eye on it that this doesn't fall way behind. Like right now I got plenty, like way more than enough food. You're getting some of these walls built up down here. Alright, you're at about halfway towards being converted. I suspect we will end up having to deal with them with a prison break before too long. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright. Major break risk on you because awful barracks. Unsightly environment. You want different apparel. Your friend died. You ate without a table. Look, man, the table's right there. It's literally... The food is in the same room as the table is. Because you're hungry? You don't want to do this. You're going to probably die. Alright. Back off for a moment. And you two that aren't as good as melee, you get in there. And you two go back to whatever the heck you're doing. Okay. And the reason I did it that way is I didn't want to risk killing them anymore, so we have a number of, like, limb injuries, so their fighting capabilities would be massively bad. So I felt pretty comfortable that our not melee pawns would be able to handle it. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Because it's always a risk when I have someone who's actually good with melee with a melee weapon going in there, they'll just pop their head off or whatever. but I'd rather just deal with it. You're all set up to warden and a doctor. Just make sure it's handled. Yeah, and so they're slowly building all that up. Just gonna take time. Putting the fire break immediately was probably not the best move on my part, but I do think it's important enough, because one lightning storm and then my wall's gonna burn down. So the fire break will become necessary, and I have to build enough in advance that the shade has time to kill the plants under it. It does also mean I'm gonna have an obnoxious thing. Have you played... Six? Was it good or bad? I don't think that was today. I thought that was tomorrow. I didn't... Oh, you know what? I'm willing to bet. So it's... Yeah, let me double check. I did announce it for tomorrow, right? Bum. Da. Yeah, so it's... Yep, no, it's all good. So it's the next stream is the one I'm intending on playing it. For those who don't know, we have a redeem on the channel called Make Me Play. And it has been used that I will, not this stream, but next stream, do a Make Me Play for Styx Shards of Darkness that is supposed to be kind of like a Metal Gear or Assassin's Creed sort of game, and the fact that it's like a stealth style game. But it's a lot of tongue-in-cheek kind of humor. That I think you play as a goblin, if I remember correctly. But I haven't played it before, but it's just basically a routine we have on the channel so that, you know, people have been here for a while can drop some points and get stuff to happen. There is a pretty good chance I will... What is going on up here? Why are you building a roof up here? What happened? Oh, that's where that border was. Don't stop. Like, don't do this. That's on me. I forgot that I moved that from where it was before. There we go. Because that's my fire break. But yeah. Nah, so, it is the thing we do on the channel. There's a possibility I'll make changes to the rules for Make Me Play at some point. I like the thing there. I think it's a good redeem. But it is a possibility I have to like increase the price or limit it to like 1 a month or something. Well, we'll figure it out. It's not been a problem yet, but it is something that I worry about. But it is an opportunity for... There's a lot of times I end up sticking to games within like genres I'm known for kind of thing, and that I won't end up playing stuff out. Oh, you're in that cycle. Yeah, the thing I figured out. But it's a way to get me to play genres that normally fall outside the norm on the channel, to mix it up to keep things fresh and keep things interesting. So when they wake up, we'll try to convert them again. There we go. Dusty Travelers. Okay, we have 2 refugees approaching. We'll bring them in because they can help fill in for our issues here. There are no children among them. That means they can betray us, so they will lose their weapons immediately at the door. So let's see what they've got skill-wise. You're a slightly terrible doctor. Well, I guess everyone is going to be child care 1 since you're all bad at it. We'll have our people focus on that to get better. You can help cook for right now to free them up. We're not going to have you hunt. You can mine in the meantime. Yeah, I'll have you focus on mining. You'll focus on cooking. And if you have free time, you can help mine or research. I don't really care. Alright. That should help us out a little bit. Yeah, so we're just trying to catch up a lot of the other stuff out there. Yeah, so I've got a committed construction person and mining person. So... Alright, never mind. Yeah, so you're free to do that. So let's deprioritize you doing construction. Let you go back to growing and all that, because this is all going to start rotting, so I need to make sure we get the cycle started over, so that way I have food for when it all rots away. That's fine. But, between the one person having committed to mining and all that, we should be able to make this work. Okay. Oh, they don't have places to sleep. So for right now, congratulations, you sleep on the floor in the main room. That'll still help. And what do you got that you're hauling? Yes, you're cooking when you're not cooking, you're hauling and cleaning, that's fine. Because they are getting so much of this done. I do find it interesting that you're prioritizing all of this up here instead of this entire giant wall we already have the materials in. It just puts the highest priority on building roofs over anything else, which is always just a bizarre thing. I get it. It is helpful most of the time, but in this particular case, like, oh, that's not particularly great or useful. Alright, so you're finally expanding our storage. That's good, that's way overdue. Alright, you're getting there. Like, we definitely have way more than enough wood. It's just having the bodies to build. Yeah, so you're gonna go ahead and do that. Also make that the higher priority, so you'll help with construction if you've got spare time. Right now, they're gonna mostly focus on hauling, which is fine. Furniture. Okay. Yeah, and Soul Adams is playing catch up because of everything they had going on out there. It's just solid trees the whole way. Ah, yeah, that's always a big thing. Well, at the rate Captain Brody's going, they're gonna get really good at this other stuff. Let's have you build the billiards table and all that, since the materials are just there. You can knock it out real fast. There'll be one less project on the list. Okay. Just try and get some of these rooms to be nicer. Just one berry at a time is rotting away. Okay. And the reason I'm doing the convert instead of conversion ritual is I fully suspect we did the conversion ritual would just fail and just reinforce it again and again. What are our things? We have the Drum Festival. That's in the 8th of April, May. And that's it. And that's a drum festival, so I'll need a dedicated room for that. Okay. Breaking plasteel takes forever. Hey, username, how's it going? Slowly but surely, everyone's getting their outfits all sorted out. We're still at a major break risk because of awful barracks and unsightly environment, everything. Your friend has died, which luckily your friend has died is getting ready to drop off. Okay. So we've got a raid going. They'll prepare to attack 2 people with clubs. You can give it a moment. I'm kind of hoping that they'll just walk past each other. I don't need the help to deal with that. It's just 2 people with clubs. Should be easy peasy. But it'd be really convenient if I just didn't even have to put effort into it. Alright, should be attacking any times now. Gold are beginning their assault. I'm going to restrict these doors for just a minute. That way our people don't run out into the fight. They go fight the... locals, and then we can go, okay, you're free to do whatever you want now. I don't believe that you played this game 2 hours ago. Just me who watch it. I mean, you start stream? No, so like, very genuinely, I stream on Twitch primarily. So we've got about 90-ish people over there watching. But we started out with some Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord and then switched over. Yeah, we've only been playing this for about 2 hours. Thanks for the components. Man, I very genuinely, I do stream on both. I actually stream on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Twitch is my primary platform where I have the largest amount of my audience. Alright, so we're just trying to get this wall sorted out. It just takes forever because we have to cut down all trees. We're building our fire break, all that. Alright, fine. I'm accepting that the fire break is just too much of a delay. We'll add it eventually, but right now I just really need to get them building the wall. All right. Yeah, now if you're saying you're surprised that there's not many viewers over on YouTube, YouTube is actually really terrible about recommending live content. Like, live content for YouTube side is pretty bad experience. But it is one of those things that when I do a stream on YouTube, that usually the VOD after the stream gets a bunch of viewers. How many viewers do I have on Twitch? About 100 going right now. Like, right this second, tuned in, watching at this very moment. It's my primary platform. And then over on TikTok, another... Where is it at? I'm blanking on it. Another... About 10 over on TikTok. Okay. So we can have a funeral thing for Cookie, even though they're long gone. Cool. So we can go ahead and get all this and get everything moving there. That'll be good. That'll get our storage room to be way more useful. Cool. And we'll just kind of go and get this all sorted out. But yeah, so on all three platforms I have the same username. Royal Ascent. So we're not going to be doing the Royal Ascent, I don't believe. We're definitely not doing Ship to the Stars. We're not really focused on having this be the kind of run where we go for the win condition. This is more about experimenting with the biotech, you know, xenotype, messing around with genes and all that. But all that. Let's see. You're okay. How has the disease-ridden environment been treating you? So we lost Cookie early on, but otherwise things have been pretty okay. We haven't been hit with our next round of like a proper disease, fortunately. Really hoping that we get this prisoner converted and recruited. Never mind. There's the malaria. But it's only hit our guest. So that kind of works out for us. They're probably going to die and I won't be able to prevent it. But at least we get some medical practice and we're going to try and save them. But it's not promising. One kindly prisoner. You want me to keep a prisoner, and you're willing to give me a whole lot of goodwill. We can do that. Yeah, I could absolutely take your prisoner. Don't worry about the living conditions of what they've got going on. We have a manhunter pack of 2 boom rats. That's actually not great. So get them in there real fast. Everyone else, to arms. I would like to fight them on this side of the base and just let the fire rage. Alright, you can go back. You've got sickness. Nice shot. Chase Sam, chase Sam, chase Sam. Ah, don't do that. Last second. Okay. So we're just gonna let the fire do fire things and not worry about it. I've already got a fire break in this side. The fire cannot get around that way. The fire would have to go the whole way around, which it might, but I'm gonna take my chances. The fire also can't reach that door. There's too much stone in between. So yeah. No, it's all good. It's a tile that we have a very high frequency of disease on it. That's literally mechanically how the tile works. Prisoner, we'll go ahead and convert you while you're here. Just practice all that. Alright. You need medical treatment. You're on a food binge. Why wouldn't you? Okay. I need you to go to sleep. Betrayal offer. Advanced components and hyperweave. Hear me out. One of them's gonna probably die on their own to begin with. Did you literally just run into the fire? I hate the RimWorld AI sometimes. Why are you... Oh, don't protect that. That's fine. And honestly, this is fine. Don't worry about this area. That's what I was hoping for. We could just ignore and then the rain would show up and go out. Mad Monkey. What is with the back-to-back to back-to-back? Like mad animals and all that kind of stuff. Also, I need you to stop having problems for 2 seconds. Yes, there more than likely are going to betray these people. Because one of them's going to die to disease that really couldn't do much about. Nah, because you're just going to die to your malaria. And then we'll betray the other one just because they're offering me pretty good prizes for a situation I can't remedy anyways. Okay. Do you play Hearts of Iron 4? Nope, I've never played that game before. Not like I've gone out of my way not to play it, just it hasn't ended up on the list of games I have played. Cool, could you, like, stop eating for a second, go to bed so we can treat that burn? Yeah, no, I'm literally saying I've never played Hearts of Iron 4 before at any point in my life. I understood the question. But the answer is, I have not. Oh, not that. Okay, almost converted. So you're definitely going to die to your malaria. And is Sam someone we want to take? So they're a body martyr. Pigs joining is cool and all, but right now I don't need them for food. I don't have a way to enclose it. So instead they are food. Okay, so you're a body modder who cannot do firefighting or plant work. That's still fine. But you can be our new cook. The wooden foot is not great. But there's possibilities for that. Now let's check the betrayal thing. I can't remember if you have to kill them. Yeah, you have to kill all members, so I'd have to make the choice. Do I want the hyperweave and the advanced components? Or a potential cook who has got a bad leg and all that, which isn't great. Why is the cooking not getting done anyways? Sam? You're working on it. It's fine. Alright, so that's coming along now that we've accepted we're not going to make the fire break for the moment. We'll definitely add the fire break later, but right now I just really need to have the wall enclosed so we can at least defend ourselves should a proper raid show up. Alright. And you're going to die to your malaria. No shockers there. So we'll get ready to betray Sam for when you die of malaria. So we at least get something out of this. There's a good chance you'll get downed by your malaria soon. And when that happens, I'll just go after Sam. That way if Sam tries to bolt or anything like that, I don't have to worry about it. I don't normally betray the refugees and all that, but in this particular case, they're offering me a decent prize, and with the malaria, it's a doomed effort to begin with. Because I don't... Unless you get, like, an amazing tent, I don't think you get to catch up. If it does look like they are going to catch up, I will spare them. But it's not looking good. You're a full percent behind, if not more. Not quite a percent behind. We'll see. I don't think you can catch up still. There'll be one more tend. And if it's a good tend, we give it a shot. If it's a bad tend, that's it. Alright, let's see. 39? You might make it. You're about 0.1% behind. We're going to go and try and spare them. If they do end up dying, then we betray Sam. That way we get something out of it. But no, you're winning. I guess we get to spare you. I didn't think we were going to get a last-minute save on that one. Okay. Cool. Because having the extra person here working is more valuable to me than advanced components I'll get to use someday. Awesome. Alright, well... I did not expect that to come back from that. They were at 99% infected. Cool. Well, 99% sick, whatever you want to say. And this is going to be our freezer in the long run. This is the area where the ACs will go. We don't have that tech to worry about quite yet, but we'll get there. We don't do any slavery. So no. But you are doing research. Yeah, I'll clean up the outer edges later. For the moment, I just need them to keep working at it. You're so close to converting. Speedy's probably nowhere near close. Nope. Yeah, so you have 8 days to depart. So the good news, they are helping out in the meantime. We are going to need a separate room for ideology stuff, but we can worry about that when we get there. That actually works out a lot, because it'll keep Captain Brody able to work on building the perimeter. Otherwise, Captain Brody'd have to be cooking. So we can link all these. Storage. We can go to raw materials. And no stone blocks. No steel. No wood. We'll leave the rest there for now, so that way steel and uranium and all that gets in there. Yeah, no, I got you. I was just pushing back on the slave term kind of thing. Mostly because in the context of this game, it actually has that mechanic. And the whole thing. Now, if it's like something that's like absolutely don't say it or whatever, that'd be different. But like, no, I understood. But no, you're a crafter who is like moonlighting as a researcher, as Abel. It's fine. It's not the best use of Soul Adam's time cutting down those trees, but taking the time to unqueue it and requeue it and have to like redo the walls, like, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, no, I didn't see it as that. I got the idea that you get stuck with that. When will I end the stream? The stream doesn't end for another about 2 hours. I do about 9-hour streams, of which the first half I play one game, the second half I play another game. So I started with Mount & Blade today and then moved on over to RimWorld. Realistically, I think tomorrow what we'll probably do... Disease flu. Don't love it. The same person. I'm so sorry. Well, we're getting that medical practice we need. But, it's a stream that never ends. No, it's not quite that. But yeah, I am debating how we want to start stream tomorrow. So tomorrow, the second half of stream is the Make Me Play, Stick Shards of Darkness. But the first half of stream is still very up in the air as to what we're doing with it. There's a good chance it'll probably be more Mount & Blade. But I could see doing RimWorld, I could see doing Mount & Blade. I could see doing Farm Sim. And then Sticks, Shards of Darkness for the second half for the Redeem. And see where that goes and whatnot. If Soul Adams gets most of the trees cut down here, I'll tell them to build the roof again down in that section. We'll worry about that when we get there. Now you went to sleep, it's fine. You're probably doing fine. Yeah, flu's not as bad as malaria and all that. Not as dangerous, I should say. They can all kill you in the game, it's just... There's a much better chance of you winning with just basic stuff Alright, RimWorld is almost converted. Now we can start properly recruiting them, and then we'll actually have a proper doctor again. But yeah, I know right now, Jaguar, you're basically a crafter who, when there's nothing to craft, you do research. And so that's mostly you've been tailoring. I have the stone bench here, but we haven't been bothering to cut stones because the research is more important. And I don't really have a construction person available to do stuff. Plus, all that yellow, red, and blue ground can't support stone anyways, so stone isn't a particularly high priority. Not till we get moisture pumps and start cleaning up ground and a whole bunch of other stuff. So we have a party going on. Okay. There's a pretty good chance you get a couple paired up here. Nope, not as much as I thought it was. I was like 50% like friendship. It's like, yeah, you two might actually be able to pair it off pretty easy. Nope, I'm wrong. 22% chance of success. Yeah, maybe not. Alright, so that wall's coming along pretty well. Then we can worry about trying to get the kill box sorted. Actually, what weapons are we using? Let's look at this. That kill box is probably not as nearly as long as it should be. Oh yeah, that kill box is nowhere near as long as it should be. Let's shoot for about 20. Which does mean we just take all this planning and just get rid of it. It's fine. So what we'll do here then... Yeah, so that should be about right. So we'll want to go up here to the bridge. There's our middle tile. Gonna worry about that part before we worry about anything else. Oh, and actually, you'll need 2 tiles there too. Until that's built, none of the rest of the maze or anything else matters. Which that's going to be trouble, because to build an entire maze, we're going to have to put down a platform. The good news about that is if we have anyone pop in there, we always have the choice of, like, literally surrounding them with fire and letting that sorted out. If we wanted. A 0% tend. Nicely done. That'll definitely help. Good thing they got a very strong lead already before that happened. Low psychic drone on all the women in the colony. Okay. Now let's take a quick detour down here. Tell you to do it up to that point because of how many trees they have successfully cut down. They should be able to knock that out relatively quick. There's a patch in the middle there that's going to be slow, but that's okay. Because I want that fire break. Yeah, and our storage room is looking pretty nice nowadays. So that's all good. We'll definitely go and make more perimeter over on this side later. Right now, the only thing I care about on this side is that tree. I don't really need the grow space or anything like that. I could also definitely see later on making this like another, probably like out here, like this whole area, making that, you know, bottom side the animal ranch or whatever. So we have like a natural barrier between the two, so I don't have to sit there and worry about it too much. So they're gonna prepare to attack. 2 people with bows, I can work with this. Are you gonna stand on the open where I have a strong advantage? Ooh, you actually have some really good... Wait, was that immediately? Did I misread that? No, they're gonna prepare. Okay. I'm gonna wait for them to go to do their attack. And they're just gonna try and catch them around the corner. And pull them into melee. You 2 on Hornet. You 2 on Mongoose. What? No. Hit them. Okay, so this one I think died. How are you doing? You are not someone we're looking to keep, but you are someone who I'm willing to throw into a prison cell, patch up, and release for some standing, so we will do that. So welcome to our tiny little box. You capture that person. Cool. And then Sam took a hit just... Oh, actually, you got cut with the bow. Usually it's just bruises, but that's okay. So meanwhile for you, you're just catch and release. Alright. Because we'll use that to slowly build up our standings with the various factions on the map that don't like us, catch and release their people, if we don't want them. You're gradually coming along to being converted. You're right there. Yeah, you only got a couple more conversations and then you're sorted. And you're patched up. You're patched up. Okay. Catches chat, hugs them, and releases them. Like that? Absolutely. And good morning, Night Dweller. So close to being converted. Medical emergency. You should be fine, though. Yeah, you're fine. And that should do it. So you're converted now. Now we recruit you. Cool. And we got a development point and all that, which we'll use to change our ideology clothing later. So that way I can wear like flak armor and all that, and they won't get mad because they're not wearing the proper clothing for the ideology. Monument blueprint for a pile of glitter world. 3x5 requires blocks. We can certainly do that. maybe. Yeah, I got space down here. I could shove a 3x5 something or other. Alright. I'm down to figure it out. We will have to cut blocks. So I'm going to have to add that to the queue. So any stone, do until you have not that many. I'll set it to 2,000. We're not going to actually do that, but just so it is technically a limited amount. Because that's going to cut into our research. We're going to delay grabbing the quest. I'm going to take the Glitter World result, because we're desperately going to need that Glitter World. To just deal with the malaria and everything else that this tile's going to throw at us. But 3x5 is pretty small. It'll be like that. Not even, it'll be like this. So we could just shove it down here and that should be okay. And how long will you give me? 11 days to build it? Yeah, we should be okay. Alright, so the downside is that means our research is stalled for right now. But it's fine. How many blocks do you say we'll need for it? We probably already have the number of blocks. It's okay. Alright, so with that, let's drop the time down, accept this Glitter World, yes. Monument marker is here. And I'll actually put it up against the perimeter's edge. Ducks join. As much as I'd love to actually take advantage of that and put like a little place for the ducks here, I don't have an enclosed area for their pen. I don't want to put the pen marker and just keep a pile of ducks in one spot. Okay, so wood. What did you set for the floor? Limestone, I can live with that. Okay. Yeah, so we should be fine with the limestone. So that does mean we can go ahead and just go like this. I'll leave it at 200 stones for now, just to have a non-zero amount. Yeah, so this is going pretty well. Prioritize building all this stuff. Okay. Yeah, so it'll take us a little while to get them to actually convert. It's fine. Okay, get this door handled, because right now none of that's outside anymore. Okay. And we'll keep working on our freezer. Oh yeah, no, it's all good, Nick. You don't need to apologize. You visited the dentist office in a nearby town, and they did not answer the phone, but they are closed. No information as to why. Well, that's no fun. I'm sorry to hear that. I do hope you can get the your 2 stuff sorted. We know you're trying to make an appointment happen, and we don't... Where I'm at, we don't usually have problems with dentist appointment. It's it's usually doctor's appointments for, like, family doctor, that kind of stuff. Or specialists can be real rough. Like, dentists, like, your regular routine checkup, you can get kicked down the can a good ways. But they're usually pretty good about, like, medical or dental emergencies, as it were. Okay, so you're relaxing socially, deal with that. Prioritize building all this stuff. Because that'll sort all that out. Alright. Then after that, that'll be the monument done. Cool. Monument is completed. And they gave me some Glitter World medicine, so haul that immediately so it doesn't sit out there and rot. Okay, so we're going to go back to ignoring the roof up here. As well, it's nice to get some of that progress. We're back to the point that they're having to cut down trees. Let's see. Your family doctor no longer makes appointment. They diagnose through a phone call. Yeah, there's been a lot of movement towards, like, remote stuff as well here. It's not super widespread yet, but it's going that way. Like, and there's definitely stuff where they're like, oh yeah, this isn't something I want to diagnose over the phone kind of thing, you know, come in kind of thing. Like, if they have to run tests or whatever, or they'll send you, like, there's places that they'll do labs and all that for them. Let's see, the OG man says, you went once to the dentist and it was a new person. It took them 2 hours to clean half of your mouth. And I was like, I'm sorry, come back tomorrow. That sucks. Like, I had the one bad dentist I mentioned before that they messed up one of my teeth. But that was, like, just the one. Okay, so we've got electricity here. So this is going to be a big stretch. We're going to go for the geothermal, because I got geothermal right there and right there. So that'll let me skip batteries and windmills and all those kind of things. So we just plunk down that there. We'll get the air conditioning set up, and then we'll be able to get our freezer online. Honestly, in the meantime, I can build all the shelves. Colonist lending. You'll give me Glitter World and a Healer Mech Serum to borrow a colonist for a while. Is there a colonist I can just give up for a whole season and not be really upset? Captain Brody absolutely cannot go. I think Ushze can go, and it would be alright. I'm not excited about it, because it's one of my only ranged pawns. But the other ones I really need to stay here right now. So basically, the hunter is on the move. Okay, so Mealing Hex, get you and you. So if we manage to recruit Bryn, that means we can just patch up the scar they've got and just be done with it, which is a little bit of a waste of a healing mech serum, but with all the tantrums and that you deal with over a long period of time, I don't imagine keeping a healing mech serum tucked away and safe. I know I could, like, punch a little hole in the wall and do it with that, but right now, if we bring this person over, because that's a pretty solid scar, we're nowhere near being able to bio-regenerate and all that. I think we just go for it. Technically, I could also use it to get us out of a pinch with disease, which is a strong consideration to do as well. Because I could instead, you know, wait for someone to get malaria that I'm like, oh, that's a dangerous malaria. And just pop them with me healing mech serum when it's clear they're losing. Yeah. Let's see, you had to go to the impound once to release my bike to insurance. The day I had a chance, they were closed for training. Yeah. Yeah. Refugees are leaving. Cool. That does mean, unfortunately, Captain Brody has to go back on cooking duty, which means construction and mining just slowed down a whole lot. But we got a lot of progress done. We got that built. We got a wall going most of the way around now. We're not quite enclosed. Betrayal reward retracted. No surprise, and so he didn't betray them. Cool. But hopefully we get this person brought over, because that'll help a lot. Do we do the surgery now? Remove tongue. Which is kind of a jerk thing to do. Because it makes people not like her. If we get rid of the tongue, annoying voice stops mattering. It's a messed up way of doing it, but it's RimWorld things. Or to good sides. Often they should. Sometimes it feels like Randy Random's behind it all. Hopefully it is a trained MD. In our colony, absolutely not. Which is part of why I'm doing this, is to hopefully train them. You better not fail it. This would be easy. You scarred their eye permanently. And almost took their jaw off. Oh, cool. Agave. It's like we're finally going to get a brand new doctor, and they're like, what if, hear me out, we just immediately messed up their eye before they could ever do any doctoring. It's like, thanks, man. That'll really help the cause. I also feel if someone's knocked out, cutting out someone's tongue doesn't seem like it'd be the most difficult surgery. I don't know. I haven't tried, to be fair, but I also feel like that wouldn't be that, like, it wouldn't be one of those ones that'd be particularly rough. We'll see if that'll work. I'm not sure if we put the AC here, or that shelf being there'll be a problem. Like, and I realize they're putting all sorts of other junk in here. I'll get all switched over once it is actually a freezer, which is going to be a while. Okay. So, here's the deal. Try again. I can worry about that in our time. Because you'll be just about fully healed by the time they finish. You scarred their eye a second time. What? I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but if you're attempting to cut someone's tongue out and you're doing anything involving their eyeball, You're doing it wrong. How's that training going? Painfully. We got one of our doctors up to 3. And they're doing this partly to practice medical and partly because they have annoying voice, which will make everyone hate them. So we're trying to prevent that. But in the short term, it's not going great. All right. Scratch your eye. It's the fact that they literally scarred their eye twice. Very genuinely, I'm gonna probably actually remove that eye and then use a heal mech serum to heal the torso, because that'll probably do us better than leaving that the way it is. Because otherwise it's just gonna heal one of those scars on their eye, and I can replace an eye pretty easily later. Maybe you try and remove the eye, the tongue will come out? Pretty much. Hey, Serisa Mage, it's going pretty good. We're just really bad at surgery is all. Okay. Try again. Well, their jaw's gone. They're having about as much success as you're having with sleeping. Ah, that's no fun. It's not the outcome I was hoping or expecting. It is RimWorld, though. That's kind of how this usually rolls. So, it does actually mean they can't talk. So, it kind of achieves the goal, but not in the way I want. Because without a jaw, that's still a problem. They still did manage to scratch an eye. But you know what? We're not settled. Oh, actually. Interesting. So once you've lost the jaw, the tongue doesn't even show up on the list at all. Install denture. Yeah, because we don't have remove tongue as a listed anything here. Because unfortunately the big problem of, while that does stop them from talking, which I care about, it massively penalizes their ability to eat. I just realized they're using good medicine. Okay, so they've got a denture. All I'll say is I do not train my doctors through surgery. There's too much risk. Well, this is, I'm trying to remove their tongue for a reason. They have an annoying voice that's going to anger my other people. So it's looking at the wiki for Heal Mech Serum. Replacing minor body parts is still above removing scars. So this may or may not work the way you want. Gotcha. Okay, so prisoner, do nothing, because that's for a quest. Operations. So you can barely talk now. Ah, but it's gotten rid of the option to remove tongue entirely. Interesting. Yeah, no, with the scars and all that, that's not what we're doing. We will want to replace that eye with a bionic if we take this person. So we'll just keep the heal mech serum. I mean, the whole point wasn't to deal with the jaw. I wanted to remove the tongue so they couldn't talk with an annoying voice, because you see that'll give a bunch of people a bunch of penalties and all that. So the annoying voice is minus 25. But if you were to eliminate the annoying voice, then it is what it is. We mostly want this person for their medical. It's a shame we messed up their eye trying to deal with that. I'm also surprised that it removes the choice here from removing their tongue just because we got the jaw, because now they can talk again. What's that put our eating at? 65%? Oh, that's just because of conscious. We'll see. Oh, we can get rid of these. So we are making good progress in all this up here now. Desperate Drifters, we got 3 refugees popping over. All of them are adults, so drop their equipment. Check their work. We actually have a legitimate doctor. That's something I'm not used to. Don't worry about handling. Honestly, at this point, don't worry about cooking either. You two can mine. We won't worry about crafting or art. You can take over research. You can mine. Honestly, you can just all mine. All of you could just go out and mine. It's fine. It gave them a far bit better pay than I would have. They had that abrasive voice, or whatever it's called. Tried to remove tongue, remove jaw instead, gave dentures, try to remove tongue again. Yeah, no, it wouldn't let me remove the tongue again. That's the thing, it gave them the denture, and now remove tongue is not on the list. I don't get the choice of remove tongue. Which that was the reason I was like, huh, that's really weird that worked that way. Yeah, so we're just gonna have them swarm and start mining everything. It's RimWorld doing RimWorld things. I still think I'm gonna grab them, but it definitely is a thing that I wanted to actually see those. More plasteel, okay. It's definitely a very inconvenient thing. Oh, meanwhile, you can deconstruct those two. They're no longer needed. Those are the same type of recreation, but better sources of it. Oh, hey, my bad. Not trying to make you sleep on the floor. We've just been way behind in our construction of any kind. Alright. You have turned them into pet food? I mean, my problem is I'm on a swamp tile with no doctor, because my doctor got plague right away at the beginning and died. It was like, okay, hang on. I do need a doctor. So we got a lot of resistance left to deal with. You could... There. Yeah, so it is one of those things that we're trying to play catch up now because our doctor died and trying to make it work. Like, we're still trying to set up our kill box, not. Which storyteller? Cassandra. I've been doing Cassandra for a while because Randy just, for streaming, just way too often just takes a nap and then just leaves you to do whatever. And very much becomes a problem. We're like, look, man, Randy, I need you to do something because, seriously. Alright, so one of the things we're going to do is that we're holding on to the healing mech serum for any real amount of time. Gonna make like a little pocket hallway down there. Like a little mini storage will be down here that we will, you know, put our good stuff in and then wall it off when we're done. Yeah, Randy's too random for your taste sometimes. Yeah, no, it's like most of the time Randy's the easier storyteller, except for the rare occasion where Randy decides that Randy doesn't feel like being the easier storyteller. And then you're kind of just screwed. You can absolutely smack you silly and then just fall asleep for 3 years. Yep, basically, that's pretty much where I'm going with that. Hideous environment, drowsy, all that. I mean, you... Oh, it's because you're so bad at mining, it's just taking you for long. Can I have you doing something else? If you're that bad at mining? Well, I mean, you're pretty bad at everything. We'll lower the priority there. Alright, maybe you will help cooking. Maybe you will cook. But yeah, no, I used to run Randy Random almost exclusively. But it has had way too many times that Randy just took a nap and we'd have multiple streams where nothing happened. It's like, okay, come on. Look, Randy. Like, once in a while he'd be a jerk and absolutely screw everything up. But more often than that, he just went to sleep. But that's the whole thing. He's random. Versus I found I enjoy Cassandra way more because... And Cassandra, they can... Like, the other storytellers can still pile on where they absolutely wreck you. It's just the nature of how they do it's a little bit different. That it feels a lot more consistent and fair. Alright. Heal box is coming together slowly. I can't remember for this. All right. Yeah, so I'll need structure. And I'll need it back here as well. Just that way a tree doesn't grow in and block people's ability to move around and do stuff. Alright. It'll take time. Cassandra's more predictable. To me, it feels like you actually have a chance to build up and prepare, whereas Randy, you can prepare whenever you want. Yeah, no, there's times that I've had it where I've gone like 3 or 4 in-game years where I didn't actually get a grow season on a tile that was supposed to have a grow season. Alright, so they're gonna come. We want to fight them where we're over here. So we get cover and they don't. Oh, no, we don't. We just want to swarm them with melee. I forgot our other range is currently away on a quest. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to just draw them in and then just swarm them in melee. The hope is that they'll run relatively close, of which they are not. Alright, just try and make it work. Two of you go after them. You go here. It's not my favorite. Alright, move over there. You two run up to help there. Alright, you don't worry about that. What about you? You're a kind undergrounder who can cook and medical. Hey, if things don't work out with their other person, let's talk. You go take care of our things, actually. These two got this. Alright. So the downside is we got basically everyone injured. But I don't think any of them were serious. You got a little cut there, some bruises, some bruises, some bruises, some actually pretty okay cut. You got shot in the way in, that's right. So prisoner, start converting them. There's a spy among us. Hello again, Bentley. Can you, like, treat each other, please? Alright. Yeah, so downside is we got a lot of injured people. We dealt with the one that was actually, like, bleeding. And getting all this tidied up, and we should be good to go after that. Disease infection on them. Deal with that real fast. All right. And you're, of course, the one who took the most significant injury, was the doctor. No surprises there. Yeah, that's fine. Food binge on Agnes. That's not my favorite. It's whatever. Because, like, everyone's hurt right now. Most of those bruises should go away pretty quick. But you need to see a doctor for your grandmother. So you went and got medicine prescribed for some reason. Whenever I go to see a doctor, I feel bad. Okay. Why doesn't... There we go. Let's work on converting you as well. It definitely sounds like, you know, one of those things that, like, just something in your head kind of messing with you that can happen. Like, don't get me wrong, going to the doctor's office, you're going to be around other sick people, you have a higher chance of getting sick, certainly. But at the same time, if it's like a very regular thing, that's probably the concern of that happening, messing with your head. Because that is absolutely a thing that can happen. It's kind of the same phenomena if you've ever, like, eaten something and gotten really sick off it, like you had seafood and you got, like, really, really bad food poisoning or whatever. And then even though you don't have, like, any type of food allergy with fish or something like that, you just can't eat anymore without feeling really sick. Or like if you've ever gotten like really drunk off something, sick from getting like drinking too much. It's the same kind of phenomena can happen where even though you don't actually have a problem with whatever it is, it can mess with you. But I would absolutely believe you could have that same type of situation by like going to a doctor or a dentist or something like that. That's just something that gets in your head and your body's like, oh no, it's time to be miserable. I did the thing. So they did survive their infection. That's good. Because we're going to work on recruiting them as well. Alright, White Jaguar, you have a good one. Thank you again for hanging out. It'd be really nice when you get a proper doctor in here and be able to get a lot of these other stuff done. Yeah, starting to get all the stuff for our relics. We have 4 colonists right now. Relic diving, like going for relics and all that is not the move. What is with the endless treadmill of stuff? And also, they may be Yorkshire Terriers, but that is a honestly respectable amount of them to be fighting. Oh, I can't use the bottleneck anyways. Not too well. I mean, yeah, we can. You 3 could take this part of the bottleneck. Our one lone range person can go in the back. You can be on standby for whoever goes down. It's a shame I don't have a place that could take advantage of that. Please hurry, we have major break risks because your issue is you're hungry. Alright, keep them rolling in. You hate swamp maps? Yeah, no, for disease, they're straight up terrible. And then, like, the very many number of dangerous animals that show up on them. Now is not a good time. Go beat up your roommates. It's fine. I hope your roommate beats you up. Okay, is that all of them? So get those bodies out of here right away. Could you finish that off, please? No, don't rescue it. Thank you. All right. Like, not illness or animals. Building a good base without making strange-shaped rooms are hard. Either you need to use wood or make strange-shaped buildings. Oh yeah, no, that's fair as well. We're doing an extreme version of that as well. I'll take the Goodwill. I'd like the gene pack, but without the electricity and all that, I couldn't keep it anyways if I wanted to. It just rots, so it'd be a total waste. It's also long hair, which doesn't do anything one way or the other. Alright, bring everyone in. Two people with bows. Nicely done. Good work. I really did my part in that battle. That's some easy freestandings. It's kind of the way I figured it was going to go. Is that as long as I didn't have like a terrible person defending the shuttle, because it'd be in swamp and the other ones usually... Oh, get out of here. Alright. So I got some more reputation. That's nice. You're still getting healed up. You're all still getting healed up. Quests. Active. We lent the colonist. We still have 8 days till they come back. That's fine. Ancient artifact. The kindly prisoner has 1 more day before we get our payout for that. I don't remember what it was. I think it was a whole bunch of standings. Let's see. Have you selected any Steamfest demos to try out tomorrow? I have not. So tomorrow is most likely, because that's where we have the Make Me Play It redeem for Styx Shards of Darkness. I do have some demos that I've got in mind. I'm not sure if we will play those tomorrow, though, or like another day. Because I haven't really gone through a lot of them. Like, I've took a peek at a couple games here and there. But I haven't had too many demos that are standing out. Oh, and we also have a sponsored stream coming up. Which I think we put on, was that the 7th? Yeah, so I believe the 7th is the sponsored stream. The 6th, we're bringing up our farm sim server. Insulting spree? You're kind. You're not supposed to do the insulting thing. You're gonna get into a fight, and you may... Yeah, there you go. Alright, well, our doctors are getting plenty of practice. But yeah, so we have, so tomorrow we have the Make Me Play Redeem. The day after that, I've got the Farm Sim server, and then the day after that, I've got a sponsored game, which is related to Next Fest in that they're doing their latest update and all that. But it is a sponsored stream. And then outside of all of that, we will, we'll definitely have a Next Fest day that I'm going to just go through a whole bunch of demos. Because we've done it a whole bunch. Yep, no worries. I'll take a look on the stream later. Maybe you'll spot something interesting. Yeah, no, if anyone sees any games that's popping out for Next Fest, whether it's like a demo or whatever, like major update or like, let me know. Put in the game suggestions. I've been looking around, and this particular Next Fest hasn't stood out nearly as much as ones I've done in the past. A lot of the Next Fests in the past, there was at least like 2 or 3 games I'm like, oh man, that game looks promising. Like Enshrouded was in Next Fest. We had Timberborn had a Next Fest thing. So there's like lots of that kind of stuff. Little Guardsman was Steam Next Fest. And to be fair, that doesn't mean there aren't good ones out this time. It just means I happen to not have noticed them. Which is a real problem, is getting the people, the devs who are releasing stuff for Steam Next Fest, and getting them so that the creators who would stream it in touch with each other can be a problem point. Yeah, Little Guardsman's awesome. Oh, it is amazing. Highly recommend. Alright, so we're trying to convert all these people, get them sorted out. So, if we take you, so you're kind, you're underground, you got a scar. So I hate to break it to you, buddy. Do I still get credit for you? Alright, get out of here. I no longer need your services. I have a better candidate for this. Now that I've shattered your jaw and scarred your eye and done all sorts of stuff trying to deal with your annoying voice, and now I just have a better pawn available to us. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, Captain Broy's already on it. Hey, Slolly, how's it going? Alright, and we just got ourselves a whole bunch of standings with the Fallen Empire. Lurking while playing some Elden Ring. Watching though? Nice. Elden Ring is a game I need to set aside some time and give a go at some point. I don't feel like we waste the heal mech serum on that scar. I know the last one we were talking about doing it, but the last scar was like -5 versus -3. I think we can just ignore that and it'd be relatively minor. Yeah, you're so really pissed off because you've been insulted a whole lot. Which is fair. Yeah, it's gooder. Yeah, no, I've enjoyed when I played it, but I just... A game like that, the way I have a tendency to want to play it on stream... Like, the way I'd play it on my own versus on stream are very different. Which, you know, people's like, oh, well, play it the way you'd play on your own. It's like, but... You have kind of... Whether it's like a deliberate pressure, you just have a different way you approach things when you're streaming and all that. Because you're trying to remind, you know, make sure you're like, yeah, am I being entertaining and all that kind of stuff. So, like, very genuinely with a game like that, I would go from tile to tile and, like, explore every single nook and cranny little by little. And that gets to be very uninteresting to watch. Versus, like, throwing down at the various enemies and making stuff work and whatnot. And you should be done here pretty soon. So link these ones, storage. Do not allow raw resources. Get them out of here. Okay. You have inspired recruitment. Can we flip you pretty... I think we can make that happen. Alright, so you have inspired recruitment, so we're going to change this prisoner to recruit. And then as soon as we get the opportunity, just go for it. Sometimes you hate big truckers. Someone ripped a street power line. Thanks. Thankfully, no one got hurt. We have real problems. It's not watched in a while. We've had real problems in my particular neighborhood. where oh, that's fine. That will have like the light posts on the side that they get run down all the time. It's not truckers, it's just people driving through and not being careful. All right, once you get up, you know, make sure this person does the recruitment to guarantee you the recruitment. And then we should be able to have Captain Brody still convert you just using the other means. And new recruit. Alright, so our new recruit, who is going to be our brand new doctor, is going to Lord Love. So let's go ahead and get the name switched over here. And there you are. Let's get your assignment set up. So we actually have a competent doctor. We're using this very relatively, mind you. Competent doctor. It's fine. You'll do all that stuff. Okay. So you don't need to handle. We've got someone who's capable of that. You're going to take over cooking, so you're free to do construction. You're not going to worry about that. You're not going to grow or any of that. You can do art as your next priority. And that makes you a good fit for all this. And nice. Who is going to immediately throw a tantrum because they're ravenously hungry. Don't break that. Don't break that. Leave that alone. Yeah, go destroy this. No, nope, stop it. Do not destroy that. Destroy any wall but that little tiny box down there. That's technically like a relic, or not relic, a monument. Why is there a panther inside? Okay. So, what are your stats? You have no combat stats. So go eat something, first of all. Grab the bow. Grab the bow. There we go. I don't love that there's a panther inside my perimeter. I was going to attack it right away, but we're dealing with rain and all that, which will penalize my accuracy, and it's not hungry right now. I'm kind of hoping it'll just go away. But I think realistically we're going to have to get a group together and deal with it. Okay, we're getting our end of the kill box sorted. Yeah, it's because right now what's going to be our freezer just has an opening till we get the ACs researched. Which is what we got going on there. Alright, you're not ready for it? Okay. So we are slowly convincing them to join us. Yeah, we got... Well, I mean, it's really only the panthers, the only dangerous. They usually have a lot more dangerous animals on here. Oh, I'll need to deal with that. I don't want you sleeping out there with a panther gonna ambush you while you're asleep. Because we still need to get our bedrooms and all that sorted. No one's romancing anyone right now, as for the looks of it. Alright, because once we get these rooms carved out, we'll start moving all the beds over there. But that's just not been the priority while we're trying to get the kill box sorted out. Which we are making good progress on. It's getting there. But we're not quite there yet. Okay. And then we'll start putting up our fire break, which will also take up a whole lot of construction time. But it'll be necessary, otherwise just a bad fire can just ruin everything. Alright. Where are you going? Oh, you're hauling stuff. That's fine. Yeah, haul away. Got plasteel and all sorts of stuff scattered on the map. Alright, someone's researching, right? Yeah, we got someone researching. As long as we got someone researching at least most of the time, that'll be good. Because right now we're going for geothermal because we got that right there. Then we'll go for AC next to get that set up. And then we should be in pretty good shape for sustaining ourselves after that. And then we can start worrying about like cleaning this up, making this less of a disaster. Because right now, this is just a fire hazard. I do think what I want to do is I want to close off this side as well and make this side into like the ranch side. So not worry about maintaining most of this, just leave the animals out here to just deal. How are you doing? You're doing fine. Hospitality for an ally. Okay, you want me to keep your friend here for one season where they won't work, and you're willing to give me a masterwork submachine gun and some plasteel. Yes. Yes, I will accept that. Yes, I will definitely accept that. Oh, I didn't know Alt did that. Okay. So, here is your new digs. Welcome, welcome. Observed a rotting corpse. Oh, it's probably down here. Either that or they hauled the corpses up there. Maybe. Okay. So we'll get there. Betrayal. You will all die. Get these corpses out of the middle of the house. Alright, so actually, you're not the cook anymore. That's right. You're the cook now. That's not gonna matter. Okay, we won't worry about trying to do the conversion thing on him. Oh wait, we're using that on you. To finish converting you over. And now they're one of us. Cool. So we're gonna have the problem where I do need better sleeping situations for a lot of my people. What are you supposed to be working on? You're doing that? Oh, right. You don't have art on the schedule at all. Yeah, it's fine. We'll go and put research as a number 4 as well. So you're hauling. That's fine. Hauling needs to happen. Yeah, Panther's just running around. I do not love it. Which is going in here and eating my food. But I don't feel like walling this off just to tear that out again and then put the ACs in after the fact. Alright. There's one fun thing you can do in the game, is that you can actually use the turtles, that you can just train the turtles and put them in your kill box. And the turtles in this game are surprisingly durable. They won't fight for you. You can't train them to do so. But you can like throw them into the field and they just have really good armor. And they're small, so they're hard to hit. So it ends up being a thing where they could just kind of absorb threats for a little while. Let's not do it. I was gonna say, like, shoot at. My luck is I'd hit both of them at the same time. And it'd be an issue. Alright. Now, if it does go and attack something and gets itself hurt at all, we'll probably try and finish the job. Because the big thing is I want to make sure when we hit it, we do something that hurts its movement speed, because then you just kite it all day. But it'll aggro around 30%. And you're getting all that sorted out, that's fine. Mad chinchillas. Right next to Lord Love. Is that the only one? Got 2 more. Captain Brody, I need you to keep running, friend. I mean, it's just a chinchilla, you're probably fine. Oh, you need to be out of here. And who is the last? Where's the last one? Pride Pog, so cute. Yep. It's such a good one. Remember when you had a hamster? That little sucker could bite when it wanted to? Yep. They got some pretty sharp teeth. And so once again, 3 of our people have taken minor injuries. That's what we don't need, is like volume of people getting hurt. Alright. We also don't need the few small animals being the ones that are getting knocked out, because that means the panther's more likely to hunt something else. Why is no doctor? Oh, because all of our doctors are hurt. Alright, I'm gonna go back to this. This is how I used to handle this. I mean, that's fine. But the issue with that is they'll go back to doing whatever other priorities they need doing. Okay, please take care of our new doctor, as I don't want a new doctor immediately dying from an infection. Alright, so you're right about to start hunting. The good news is, other than Soul Adams, everyone else is inside. Soul Adams is probably gonna go to bed soon. Transport pod crash. I mean, so the problem is you're gonna make me walk right past that panther that we did just immediately acknowledge is going to be a problem. I think the panther's actually gonna beat me to it. No, panther went to sleep. Rescue that person as fast as you can. Also, I mean, he's 60. It's fine. Oh, good. We can just catch and release. Drifters seek aid. I'm trying to click on you. Cool. I don't know what you ate, but you ate something up here. Ah, cassowary. Surprisingly, no injuries. Yeah, no, it's like when I realized there was someone with the actual faction, that's just some quick and easy standings. Okay, we've got all that. We can go here and say security. So we get cover for all of them. Yeah, we do the 2 tiles here. Then the person could stand and shoot that way or this way. But that'll lock that one. I think that's fine. I usually set up a little bit different, but I think this is okay. Yeah, we've got almost all that up there sorted out. Ritual opportunity soon. That's not going to happen. It's the drum ritual, and I do not have any of the drums made or room for the drums and all that. Oh, good. They got this sorted. So what's going to happen here is we're going to put 2 shelves here. Those will be given the priority of critical for stuff like Resurrection, Mech Serum, that kind of thing. And then once they get pulled up in there, we will wall it off. And the reason I'm putting these 2 tiles here is to make it ineligible for infestation, because it'll be blocked. But yeah, so we'll go and put like our Resurrection, Mech Serum, that kind of stuff will go in there. Right now we have just a healing Mech Serum. But I'll put it in there for emergencies. The reason I want to wall it off is because otherwise people throw a tantrum and they always beeline for that stuff. It's incredibly frustrating. Colonists have returned. Welcome back, Ushe. I just suddenly realized I could just go like this. And just make that room bigger. And give me room for another actual bed. And more production benches and everything. It's just another thing to do on the list of things that aren't getting done because we don't have enough people doing them. Okay, so if we look at our work priorities... Like, anyone who's not busy, we've told them, go ahead and mine or research. Yeah, and then Ushze was our hunter/handler. Basically, the person who does the hauling and cleaning is what they actually end up doing. Alright. And eventually we'll want to smooth out the floor to make these rooms nicer. It's something I'd really like to do. Okay. So you two are on your own. Storage. You'll be clear. Critical. Serums going there for right now. Nothing but serums. So get this out of here. Get that out of here. And get that out of here. And then when all that's done, you wall it off. We got 2 healing mech serums for helping... Okay. What? I go entire runs where I see like a singular healing mech serum in a run that we win. And the game's like, no, have them all. When your person gets brain damage, you're fine. Don't worry about it. The downside is that it's blowing up my calling wall. So we got 3 ranged and a melee. And my perimeter's not done yet. How is your skill? Terrible? Okay-ish. So I think we can take advantage of this. By the fact that they're going to have to run up here. And we'll just try and meet them there. And tie them up into melee as fast as we can, since they have no melee people up there. And then the other one will arrive way later to the party, and we can probably just swarm them. Go. 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 Be ready to position wherever you got to make this not a friendly fire fest. Alright, first batch is done. Second batch is inbound. They will be popping through here. Ooh, someone lost a head. And eventually I'll have them all go through the kill box, but we're still in progress. Alright, so the plan for this one is different. We're going to drop back here. It's going to be cover to cover. And sorted. Alright, so you got bruises. You have a pretty solid torso cut, so you need to get patched up. Don't Stargate, you got a big hole in you. Come on, man. Not gonna tell you how to live your life, but you're doing it wrong. Why did you stop? You still have people to tend. Okay, there we go. Alright, Panther's right around to start hunting. Hey, Usei. Gonna intervene on this one, buddy. Okay, you're free to go. Usually the cassowaries fight back, and the Panther usually only makes it through one or two of them. I'm a little surprised that Panther's been getting away with it this whole time. Once they enclose the wall, we're killing that Panther. If not sooner. Oh, there's no room for... I see. That's fair. Expand here. Hey, Karumi Periwinkle, how's it going? It's good seeing you. So get the steel out of here real fast. Then we can wall off all that healing mech serum. So no one can throw a tantrum and destroy it all in one quick go. Been a while. It has been a while. Good to see you. I hope everything's been going well. Okay. Alright, so you've got all that set up, so wall that off. Gonna have you just do that right now, because my luck is someone to throw a tantrum and immediately do that. So yeah, that's all we did, is we just sealed that room with the healer mech serums in there. That way if someone throws a tantrum, they can't target it, because they can't reach it. And then if I need it, I just deconstruct the wall and go grab it. Okay. So you have limestone, so we go here, structure. I actually dug through that far and I want, because I want at least 2 tiles of stone or block between the inside and outside to have more insulation for the freezer once it's set up. We can deal with that when we get there. That's not a priority right now, not until we're ready to actually properly set up. Heat Wave and Haley joins? Nope, I don't know what Haley's stats are. Haley could be an actively negative contribution to the colony. Alright, entire right front is assembled. We just got this one patch here and that hole there. And then we got the basics. Then I'm going to sit there and tell it to build the roof along here so we have the fire break. And then after the fire break, we can worry about adding the maze onto our out area to make it so the enemies take longer. I don't have to worry about too much because almost all around us is swamp. So it does naturally slow down things from trying to get right to me. Ancient mech. Oh, they only now triggered that because you've been walking around it. That's fine. I could see getting a mechanator in the colony at some point. I don't think it's a priority, though. Oh, how's the Panther doing? You getting hungry again? You are getting hungry again. I think it's time that the Panther has to go. Major risk of break because of observing lots of corpses. Okay, let's run over to this side. You broke its jaw. Still penalizing its movement speed more and more. And Panther is sorted. Okay, no more immediately hostile animals I gotta worry about. Do you have bazooka to deal with the panther? No, but we just have large numbers of bows. It's basically the same thing. Alright. Is there someone else who can help with the mining? Usei can help with that. They're not good at it, but they can help deal with the mining issues. Bazookas? Absolutely. Alright. Yeah, so we've got just those tiny little bits of fence is all we've got, or the tiny little bits of wall here is all we got left I gotta deal with. Are you not set to cook? Oh, it's, right, it's Lord Love that does the cooking now. And that should be the last tile. And then with that, our perimeter's done. Cool, so we have our kill box. So next thing that we canceled out earlier here is we want to have a distance of 4 tiles on either side. And the reason we're doing that is we're making a fire break. Since almost everything on this tile is flammable, by having a fire break, it means if fire starts here or here, the wall doesn't go down. Meanwhile, I'll go over here again. That way, as our farming person has some availability, they'll chop down the trees for us. Alright. Wait. Did you skip that spot? Did I not include it? No, it's in there. Okay. Yeah, so you get the idea. So we're putting a fire break on here so we can contain fires. And then with that, we'll be pretty happy with it. What we'll more than likely also need to do is they don't want to ceiling this whole area off. Oh, you're going to need to. I see. So structure. We just want regular wood floor. That requires heavy. Alright, orders. Sorry, structure. Those 4 tiles have grass, and I will have to have that put down so they don't grow trees blocking things even more. Alright. Cool, and we got progress over there, so furniture. Wooden bed. We have, of course, struck more compact components. Compact machinery, whatever you want to say. That's fine. That's a very giggity shape. Only if you try really hard to try and make it a giggity shape. It's very not. I do feel people try really hard sometimes to see stuff that's not there. Look at the mini-map. I get what you're saying it looks like. I don't agree, though. I feel like that's a trying very hard to make it something it's not. I mean, I do see the water, but if anything, that looks like a what is it? A baster? Where you squeeze the ball thing on it, For like when you're making turkey or whatever. Yeah, now if it looks like something else to you, I feel like that's saying something to you more than me. Alright, so we can haul those. It looks like a little house? Yeah, I was thinking it looks like, you know, a little soap dispenser where like you have, you know, the little spigot on the top. And then you have, you know, it's almost like, it's literally, if we just put a line down the middle here, it would almost be like someone is trying to, you know, like make, you know, a, not forced perspective, but a perspective style drawing or whatever. You're past the point of denying it. Yeah, that's fair. Self-awareness is a good thing. Okay, and order zones. Let's see, what else can we grow here? Do some cycloid plant. We'll do some dye. And we'll do some smoke leaf. Alright. You enjoy your burn boxes, this singularity kill box, and just funnel nuggets into a line in pawns? Yeah, that's basically the entire idea. So it puts everyone, forces them there where they won't get cover. And then you have everyone back here where they can kind of all shoot at that point at the same time with no cover bonuses there, but cover bonuses here. They're trying to give yourself as much advantage. We'll definitely move to like doing guns and all that. I'll try to eventually like make this area out here something else that we could put the moisture pumps to like slowly try and build that up. But the danger is we don't want to fix the mud here because that mud is a movement speed penalty of about, yeah, it's 48% movement speed. So half speed, so that's very useful for us to protect ourselves. Alright, meanwhile, once you get a bunch of that done, okay, we can go here and go structure. Okay. And a build wall there later. So the only thing you have to worry about is wood. Wood is weak and is very much flammable. What's this challenge about? So this isn't a challenge. To be clear, we're not actually playing in particularly hard settings or anything like that. What we're looking at doing is getting into late game and just do like the genetic engineering biotech kind of stuff. Because very much the problem I have found with trying to do it in a normal run is by the time you get to the Arco genetics and all that, you're basically right here at the spaceship. You've already got advanced fabrication most of the time before you touch that. Which means literally there's just these ones here, and you most likely have the cataphract armor and that next. So you get the idea. By the time you get to the point you can mess with it, you're ready to end your run, unless you go out of your way to delay the end. And so literally we just kind of want to mess around with that and see what kind of chaos we can cause. So that's really all this run is about, is getting to the late game, wrecking a whole bunch of enemies, and doing science-y things on ourselves. Yeah, exactly, Kurumi. That's just additional content after the end game. Exactly. So I want to mess with that additional content. But the problem is if I do my usual, because most of the times I do challenge runs where like have maximum pollution or Like, we'll choose some, like, really awful tile to spawn on, or something along those lines that'll make it, like, really, really nasty. That usually you get to the end game and it's like, it's time to go. Because it is a rough ride to get there, or it's a long ride to get there. Like, the last run we did that we finished out was an Arco Nexus and all that, which we had a really good time with. But, it is one of those kind of things. I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is that once you get electric, I can mess with Xenogen X? That's always odd to me. Well, no, I get why it is super late game, but it is the problem of, because of how late game it is, unless you go out of your way to extend your gameplay, then you just don't end up messing with it. And because I do challenge runs so much, where the goal is to win, you know, I don't extend my gameplay after that point. Okay, so we still have those to deal with. Got 5 more days till you get out of here. Like, the only been like 1 or 2 runs that I've actually hit these kinds of things in any regularity. Yeah, it's at the point of, I have to spit and win, why take a sharp left off track? Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, it's one thing when you're not doing a challenge run. You're like, okay, like, I finished the thing I'm supposed to do. And going on, where's a monument? So we only had to watch it for 15 days. So yeah, we're good now. The monument can come down. I mean, it's might as well eat the brick there. You could use it to either be earlier or having the end game push far back somehow. Yeah, no, I think the answer would be you'd have like more of an end game later, which that's kind of one of the things I am hoping, is we don't know what the next DLC for this game is going to be. I am kind of hoping it is an end game kind of thing. So like, something along the line of like save our ship, where it extends like a whole extra layer after you've launched a ship or something like that. Maybe not quite that far out. Or like a new ending for us to pursue. So instead of the Arco Nexus where you do your resets, or you just build a ship and you nope out, have a new ending that is like your marathon run for just like one colony. That like, maybe you have to build up the technology to subvert all the mechs using your own thing, like hijack them kind of thing. So like make a Mechanator ending, where you have to build like the giant mech building that you power up, and all the mechs recognize as a threat and start attacking you regularly. But it is a later technology, like a whole extra tier later technology. But the idea being is when you finish the building that's fully powered up, you now control all the mechs. Hey, Alpin, how's it going? But yeah, so that's what I'm envisioning, is that it ends up being a thing like that. Because I could go for something like that. So the things I would want is, for the next DLC, I want caravanning to change. I'm negotiable on how it changes in so many ways. Like, I can go for just about anything. But to me, right now, RimWorld, when you look at the mechanics, and, the good, bad, and otherwise, to me, caravanning is the absolute weakest part of the game. Because it has so many problems. And there's workarounds for a lot of them. But, like, if we're talking, okay, let's look at the things the game does well and poorly, and make the ones it does poorly, like, rework them as, like, a next DLC or whatever. Like, completely not, like, you don't need to, like, burn it to the ground, like, that kind of extreme thing where it's like, it's gone, never to be seen again kind of thing. But, like, it definitely needs a pretty significant rework, in my mind. Whether that is completely changing it, maybe, maybe not. Maybe it is, like, doing a lot of cleanup and all that. Like, I would love to see that. Yeah, so I'm saying I wish they had nomadic gameplay. Like, there is... Hey! Oh, that is... You're just gonna have your heart broken, White Jaguar. You have the guest has said, sup. And you said, alright, let's talk. And all you're going to do is have your heart broken. Because they're going to leave, and they're never going to come back. We need more recreation variety. Because, like, this person's getting really upset. Convince them to stay. So the only problem with that is their perk quest. Alright, so we've got our geothermal power. So begins this nonsense. So we can go here, plunk you down. Please tell me you can support weight. You can. Alright, that does mean we're going to have a complete change in the way this area is organized. Because all of this is becoming the geothermal zone. And we're going to go here. So that's the first step. And we will take a power line through the door. And it'll go straight down towards the coolers, I understand. We'll have to have a waterproof line here. Oh, I have to build a bridge here to support electrical line. Okay, that's fair. But we'll get that power line run down there just to try and get that online. That's a kind of like Cavalier, but you get advanced materials. You either have to settle for a while or trade them. Yeah, no, it's I would like to see something like that. Like that's the thing. If they reworked caravanning, like properly reworked it to make it worthwhile for me to like, we have this giant world map, and the only means of moving around it is through what is easily my least desired mechanic in the entire game. And there's no real reason for you to interact with the entire rest of it unless you're doing Ship to the Stars run, or you're trying to like deal with a one-off quest where you caravan a couple tiles over, or trade. Those are the only reasons you deal with it. You can have like a challenge run where you go through and you wipe out other ones, but it ends up being a exercise in frustration, not because of the difficulty of attacking another group, but because the mechanic of how you actually get there in itself is frustrating. And if they were to go through and make it a point to say, we're going to rework the caravanning mechanic to be like, one, just reliable. That's one immediate problem. It's just making it so it works the way it should. Because I can't tell you the number of times, like, okay, caravan off the tile, and just let it try and run in-game, and you'll have a full week or two go by, and you still will not have left the tile, because you had a decent number of people. Alright, don't do that, Captain Brody. Why does it keep hitting the people I can't help out? Stop cutting the maple tree, you've got plague. Yeah, even for trading, if you're willing to do the cost, you could just launch stuff and deal with it. So tend to them immediately. They have plague. Alright. If we have to, we should have some Glitter World laying around. I don't want to waste it. But, if we have to. Did you get treated yet, or are you just being left untreated? No, you're fine. So you want another construction, 240. You're willing to give me 19 goodwill, which I think might push us up to allied. Or a marine helmet. Not quite allied. Or a marine helmet, which is definitely a huge thing. I mean, we could do it. 240, we'll wait to accept it. We'll go here. And mark that to be higher. But yeah, so I'd love them to revisit caravanning and just make it a priority to go, what can we do to make caravanning better? And I, like, whatever they come up with, fine. But, like, right now the problem is, like, this amount of characters wouldn't be that big a deal, but once you start getting, like, 7, 8, the more people involved and you try and caravan them, you end into this rotation where they never actually leave the map. Unless you either, one, send them out one by one, or like small groups of 2 and 3 to get them off the map, or it is the thing where you micro the whole experience. And to me, that's not a good time. And even when you micro it, it ends up being a pain. So I'd rather it be one of those things that can be reliable. I also like the idea of effectively being able to pack in your valuables at your base and have a reason to move in the map other than Ship to the Stars, which the way most people play Ship to the Stars, in my experience, is you start from where you're at, you get yourself set up, get your resources, and you get all the supplies you need to caravan all the way to like the tile next to the ship or the ship itself. And then you build up there, but you don't like do it in like bursts. You just rush across the map to do that. We did one Ship to the Stars, and it was actually the caravanning mechanic that basically killed us, if I remember correctly. I got tired of microing the caravan. It's like, I'm just gonna let them do it and see what happens, and our colony died from it. Because it just got in that treadmill rotation where they could never actually leave the tile. And that was with all of them being in really good shape when I started to caravan them off the map. But it took so long. And like the second caravan I went to do, I think it took us like 5 in-game days before they actually done it. You've done Ship to Stars using nothing but transport pods? Yeah, I've done all the endings. I didn't transport pods mine. I did what I said the first time was I basically got, you know, like 1,000 prepackaged meals or whatever and just ran straight over there with a giant caravan. I actually don't remember how many people I had. I don't remember if it was a big group or it was a small group or whatever. But I had like a caravan just go the entire way across the map. I think it may have been a smaller group, like 6 or 7. And then got to the Ship to the Stars. And I think the way it works is you go to it, and you can build your colony, build your defenses, do all that stuff. It's not until you hit the go button that everything gets nasty. I believe you still go through that part of it. Yeah, you're fine. But I just did it one long dash. But yeah, I know you can absolutely do the pods where you pod over the stuff to build the thing to do the pods to the next location. And then you just pod all your stuff over that you want to take over there, and then you pod it to the next length, then you pod it to the next length. And then, especially if you're only doing like a 30% load on the map, you can be across the map in no time. Like, the amount of travel you can get out of the pods is pretty solid. It requires a lot of components and steel, but it's not that big a deal. And this is not a huge priority yet here until we have the AC, so I'm just letting them continue to build the fire break. Okay, so you're all better. Cool. Still plenty of things to be built and deconstructed and do all the things. So what they're going to do here is this is going to change. So we're clearing everything, foods only, and now it is important. So we're going to start moving all the not foods out of here into there. And then all the food by vice versa will go in here for when we make that into a freezer. Alright, so we got a Manhunter pack of Arctic wolves. Okay, it is time to put the kill box to use. So get them up in position. And right now, you three go in the front. So the downside is because the kill box is really... we don't have enough ranged people to like fully take advantage of it. These are the kinds of fights that are going to suck. Part of the reason we are seeing decent-sized fights here... oh, put you there, put you here. But the reason we're seeing some pretty decent-sized fights right now just boils down to the fact that we've got 3 mech serums, healing mech serums laying around. So we've got a pretty substantial amount of colony wealth right now. As you can see, that's probably one of the 2 mech serums dropping right there. Alright, so all of you should be in range. Yeah, basically the moment you get into the kill box. We also don't have good combat skills, so this will be rough. Okay. And you're not getting back up? Nope. Alright, so you got a little nip there, and you got pretty badly thrashed. But that's our guest, so I mean, I'm okay with that. I wish you could do a sword and board as part of it. Oh, like have defensive melee weapons? I honestly could go for that. Are you not going to treat anyone? There you go. But, yeah, no, I could go for that. Like, you give up a lot of your combat capability to go defensive. I think that would be reasonable. And make it so your character does, like, basically no meaningful damage because you're allocating so much of it to defense. Alright. So we're going to accept that for the marine helmet. Can't see where the spot is, that's the problem. Okay. That'll work. And I was gonna put that right there real fast so I remember that's something I need to do. Let's see, split melee weapons into one-handed and two-handed. Add a shield mechanic. So I think what I would rather do is instead of it be like placed, oh, that's the tile. Instead of having it like that kind of thing, what I think it would be is there would be a specific weapon would already have that kind of thing. Let's see, more medieval stuff would be kind of cool too. There's like tribal and then it just skips to modern. Always felt like they could use a little bit. I mean, you can actually have like the bows, swords, and all that. That actually is a thing. Yeah, no, I need to be wrapping up. So what we're going to go ahead and do real fast is we're going to go ahead and exit out of the game here. That way it saves and all that kind of good stuff. But thanks so much for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow. The second half of stream tomorrow, we do have the Make Me Play for Styx Shards of Darkness. For those over on YouTube and TikTok, what I'm going to go ahead and do is end the stream over there. For those over here on Twitch, hang out. We're going to go raid someone because that's a mechanic we can do over here. But thank you again for everyone tuning in. But like I said, tomorrow, I don't know where we're starting with. It might be RimWorld.